Chair Hostler Carmison, all attendees are here and the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the December 12th, 2023 meeting of the Tribal Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. And when it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, they will receive instructions on how to indicate they would like to speak. Please make sure to keep your microphone on mute unless you have been called on to speak. And with that, I'll turn it over to Melissa.
Thank you, Chair Hostler Carmison, Melissa Miller-Henson, Executive Director of Fish and Game Commission. Just a couple of technical notes for those who are participating. If you joined us via Zoom webinar and are calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and then used the call me option, that linkage happened automatically. If you are joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. And finally, if you're having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method, or if necessary, you may also call 916-902-9286.
Okay. And with that, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. And I would like to introduce visiting Commissioner Vice President Erica Zavaleta to say hello and any comments she might have to start us off with.
Thank you, Jackie. Commissioner Hostler Carmison, this is how we're formally want to do committee meetings. I'm Commissioner Erica Zavaleta, and I'm delighted to be visiting and back at Tribal Committee. I have a great interest in what happens in these conversations, and so I appreciate the chance to participate. And I chair the Wildlife Resources Committee. So for folks who are interested in what happens in the Wildlife Resources Committee, I'm happy to chat about that while we're all here.
Thank you. And I think Commissioner Erica or Commissioner Jackie would be fine for the tribal committees.
Thanks.
I like that a lot. And I am the chair of the tribal committee. I've been on the Fish and Game Commission since 2013. We've done a lot of work and we have a lot of additional work that needs to happen. So let's just go ahead and get started and approve the agenda and the order of items. Anything you'd like to change, Commissioner? No. Okay.
Well, then I'm going to go ahead and give a little bit of info about the meeting for the public, as well as introduce a few folks. So I introduced myself, Executive Director Melissa Miller-Henson. We also have joining us here today in the meeting room in San Diego, your Marine Advisor, Susan Ashcraft, your Wild Advisor, or Ari Kornman, one of our Associate Analysts, Jen Bacon. I don't think David is still here. He's around in and out, another one of our Associate Analysts. And then also helping us behind the scenes with a very stable internet connection is our esteemed Program Manager, David Bissell. Joining us today from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we have Jay Rowan, who is Branch Chief for the Fisheries Branch, but also today's Acting Deputy Director for the Wildlife and Fisheries Division. Scott Gardner, who is Branch Chief for the Wildlife Branch. Chris Stutes, who's Captain in the Law Enforcement Division. Craig Schumann, who's Regional Manager with the Marine Region. Sarah Fonseca, who is the Department Tribal Liaison in the Office of Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And Steve Wertz, who is Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor of the Marine Protected Areas Management Project, also in the Marine Region. And Kirsten Ramey, who's an Environmental Program Manager for the State Managed Finfish and Nearshore Ecosystem Program. So this is a meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Tribal Committee, which is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who co-chair each meeting. Those members are assigned annually by the commission. And as Commissioner Jackie mentioned, currently the committee is chaired by Commissioner Jackie Hostler Carmison. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide further decision-making, and we need your assistance in ensuring a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee chair cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the full commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and will be posted to our YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair. And note that requests for regulatory change must be directed to the full commission and of course submitted on a form, which is available on the commission's website or from staff. However, at the committee's discretion, it may request that staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendation to the commission. Committee meetings operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to provide input on agenda items. If you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the committee chair. Provide your name, if you have any affiliation, and if you are affiliated, the number of people you represent. Time is limited, so please keep your contributions precise to give others time to speak. If several speakers have similar ideas or concerns, it's helpful to appoint a group spokesperson or simply refer to, I agree with the previous speaker. If speaking during general public comment, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda. Public participation in the conversation on individual agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses each item. So again, general public comment are for items that are not on the agenda. And then a few more of those technical notes. If you would like to join the conversation and are on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, that raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. And note that you may need to unmute your microphone in order to be heard. If you're on the phone only, you can press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand virtually and alert us that you would like to participate in the conversation. Note that if you press *9 a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So you only want to press it once. And then note that you may also need to unmute yourself by using the Zoom button or by pressing *6 if you're on the phone. And with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Commissioner Jackie,
Okay.
for item 2.
Okay. I would like to do just a really brief overview of the annual tribal planning meeting. We were unable to have a tribal planning meeting in 2023 due to our tribal advisor for the tribal committee leaving us. And then also I was out for a few meetings, so I'm happy to be back. I would like to pick up where we left off and recap, and it's in the meeting materials. A few of the comments from the
Hello? Hey.
priority from the 2021 meeting, I believe it was. And several tribal representatives made note of issues regarding overharvesting of marine protected areas. And they encouraged Department of Fish and Wildlife personnel to take training and education pertaining to tribal rights and resources and appropriate gathering practices. Hello, welcome. We just had a tribal representative join, and I'm sorry, which tribe are you with, sir?
I'm from the Santa Isabel Band.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. So department law enforcement personnel learning and benefiting from education regarding tribal rights and resources and gathering practices, and then also training for tribal citizens on code compliance. And so at that meeting, the tribal representatives felt that both would be extremely beneficial, and it was taken as positive feedback and that there would be follow-up. Also, a tribal representative suggested that the commission should explore updating its co-management vision and definition to ensure consistency with related policy initiatives at California Natural Resources Agency and the Governor's Office. Many tribes are currently engaged in various forms of co-management, which could inform and improve definition. We do have a great co-management vision and definition. I'm prejudiced, of course, because we developed it, but I'm not seeing any vision or definition at Natural Resources. And that doesn't mean they don't have one or aren't working on one. But in my research, I'm not seeing that. They do have an excellent consultation policy. So I thought that was something that we could discuss in the future and as we move forward. But and we'll get to co-management a little bit further down the line. But those were a couple of the strongest comments from that 2021 annual tribal planning meeting. The Karuk tribe described a lot of the issues facing tribes and Salmonoids on the Klamath River in the context of looming dam removal and recent federal court decisions affecting tribal sovereignty. And they highlighted the need to get thoughtful co-management agreements on track. Then representatives from Grayton, Kashaya, and Resigeni spoke about the need for support for tribal resource management programs. Tribes are engaged more and more in monitoring everything from kelp to black bears and rely on competitive funding sources to maintain program staffing and productivity. You know, and it's one of the things that tribes struggle with day in and day out is funding to build capacity to deliver programs. To do anything, we have to have funding to stand up departments that can address our natural resource and cultural resource issues. And then representatives from Dry Creek and United Auburn Indian Community spoke about challenging effects from COVID and wildfires. And I think I'll end there, but you know, looking at what we want in our work plan, we have a work plan. We need to look at what are the things we can accomplish this year, and when we can reschedule another annual tribal planning meeting. So any thoughts, Commissioner Eric?
Thanks, Commissioner Jackie, and I am just so delighted that you're back.
Thank you.
I think, I mean, that's an excellent summary of a meeting that now it's been some time since it was held, but I do remember that I just want to add a couple of things to what you said that I think are potentially things we want to pick back up. One you touched on is that we have the definition and the vision document. And I feel like there's an opportunity potentially, we've talked about it before and it'll probably come up on the next agenda item, but I want to underscore just the potential value of not necessarily changing the document. I agree with you. I think there's value to a simple and short definition and vision, but to the possibility of providing more context and more sort of by way of examples and guidance, more opportunities for tribes to consider participating in co-management agreements and so on, because there's more sort of flesh on the bones around what that might look like. So just highlight that. And then with respect to COVID and wildfire, one other thing that has been a big part of a lot of conversations since that meeting is just the sovereign right to manage lands with fire and with cultural burning. And so if that is another topic that we can sort of take up in the context of our broader discussions about home management and about increasing capacity for resource management by tribes rather than them having to rely sort of on a short turnaround time on small grants, you know, on outside entities. I think that's another area of opportunity that has come up and that came up at that meeting.
Thank you. That sounds great. speaking of fire, I would love to have the group tribal leadership and, technical staff and just do a real brief presentation to share with everyone the progress that they've made. And, you know, I do believe, and Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, the tribal consultation policy from 2015, I think it's on the plan to review it, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, in fact, it's, unfortunately, Deputy Secretary Geneva Thompson from the Natural Resources Agency was not able to be here with us today. She was going to provide an update on the work that the agency is doing to develop a sort of an overarching tribal consultation policy that then the individual member agencies, so the commission, the department, you know, coastal commission, the other, you know, fish and forest and fire protection, et cetera. All of those agencies that are members, which there are 30 plus of them, could then add to it or build upon it. But there would be a base consultation policy that would then be shared and understood by all of those agencies, as well as California tribes and tribal communities, as opposed to many of our agencies are all in a place of needing to update our consultation policies. And you can imagine,
Right.
just one agency with over 30 members, other agencies in California are doing the same. And
Right.
so it would be rather overwhelming. So the idea is to work through the resources agency to build that base policy and then build on that if we need to.
I think that's a great strategy, and I know tribes struggle with that all the time, because some policies are very comprehensive and some policies are not, and some are just right, you know, it's like, where do we want to go? So that would be a great foundational piece if we could do that. Now, in reading the natural resources consultation policy itself, I thought it was very well done, and it was succinct, and it's about collaboration and communication. And, you know, when sovereigns enter into consultation, there has to be agreement between the agency and the tribe about the goals and what they would like to accomplish going into that consultation, and mutual agreements on what can be done and what cannot be done. So, and I think, you know, then the tribe has the ability, the tribal council and leadership have the ability to go to their legislators and try and affect change if it can't be done at the agency level. So I really think that the consultation policy is incredibly important. I think it's important that agency secretaries and department heads are committed to it. And then that it flows down to management and staff. And those are the really difficult places, because there may be a consultation policy and, you know, the secretary or director may be committed to it as well as management. But if there isn't training and real earnest, meaningful consultation on the part of the staff implementing it doesn't help. So those are the things that I want to see happen in this process of developing that overarching consultation policy from the tribal committee and the commission's point of view would be what I would suggest.
So between now and April, and Sarah's part of this as well, I don't know what the exact timing is, but obviously we'll come back to you in April with an update and ideally maybe even a draft.
You know, that would be wonderful. April 2024, oh my gosh. That's crazy. Okay. Let's, are there any comments in the room or online regarding the annual tribal planning meeting and the commission's tribal consultation policy?
Hi, Commissioner Jackie, I have a quick comment.
Sure.
Okay, while we're waiting for, I see a hand up online though, so I'll wait. Should I wait? Should I go ahead? Okay, it's quick, and it's just that in the last annual meeting, we had a conversation about training. I think it's number 4 in the policy refers to training about basically how the commission operates. And in that conversation, there's a lot of interest in possible trainings that kind of included the functioning of the commission and maybe extended beyond that. And I want to put out there, you know, the value to us, I think, of hearing more about what really our priorities folks have in terms of training and maybe to ask our staff, what's the scope of what we can consider? You know, how are we interpreting that? Is it narrowly training around how to participate in commission
Yeah.
processes? Or is it broader? Because some of the things that folks suggested at the last meeting are, you know, they're broader, things like monitoring skills, drone based data collection, things that maybe are beyond what the commission could do, but that we might be able to fall on the department.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that brings up a question for me.
Could you share your name just so for folks who are online?
Sure, I can do that. Okay, Peñamati Pecham. Dan Rodriguez, Winya Chuy, Makopa, Wishpanan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stan Rodriguez. I'm a member of the Ipai Nation of San Isabel. I'm a Heritage Commissioner for the state of California. And I'm the president of Kumeyaay Community College. So a question that I have was, what can you do for us? Rather than being nebulous, I'd like to know what specifically you can do.
That's
I'll
great.
I'll take that. It's a great question. The committee was codified in legislation in 2020, but where we began was to have a forum for tribal leaders, tribal staff, tribal representatives to come and to talk about their issues. If it had to do with species that are dying in the ocean, if it had to do with issues they're having between the department and the commission and the tribal government, whatever their issue was and whatever the work that they were setting out to do, we invited them to come and share that information to see if we could help, to see, you know, where do we meet the tribe? What does the tribe really need? What are the challenges? A good example is we have been working with tribes in Northern California regarding the Clear Lake hitch. It was their cultural subsistence priority species, and it was dying. And there were a myriad of reasons why it was dying. The creeks were jammed with debris. Spawning wasn't happening. There was poisonous substances in the lake, just, you know, a lack of management. And we called attention to that from the tribal committee level up to the commission level. We actually were able to convene a summit with all of the interested tribes, with everyone that was fighting to save the hitch, together with agencies that could help. And so I haven't been able to attend the summit due to my day job, which is I work for a small tribe in Northern California. But the knowledge I've received and the feedback I've received from the tribal representatives is it's day and night difference to what it was previously. And I know Commissioner Erica has been able to attend the summits, I believe, or plug into at least one of them.
Yeah.
But it was a great convening of folks coming together and agencies committing to assist. And there has been a turnaround in the population and the health of that species. So while it is nebulous at times, we elevate the conversations from the tribal committee to the Fish and Game Committee, to the department, bless you, and bring awareness of other agencies to these issues. I think the most key thing that I would say we do is we listen, respectfully listen to what the problem is, and try and understand from the tribal council, from the tribal representative, how we can meet them in a place in a good way so that we can help work on those issues. What we struggle with is regulation. We struggle with, no special regulation for tribal harvest tribal subsistence.
That's-
That's on our work plan.
That
It's
is the
something
issue.
that the harvest subsistence work group that tried to convene in 22,
Mhm.
21, 22, has kind of struggled a little bit.
Okay.
And with losing our tribal advisor, and me being out for a few meetings this year, we haven't really pushed that forward, but in 2024, we will do that. My hope is that we can have a informal working group that will report out to the tribal committee. And then the tribal committee will report out to the Fish and Game Commission. For instance, right now, there are tribes in Northern California that have subsistence harvest near a sacred area called Redding Rock.
Mhm.
And on the state marine conservation side, the tribes can gather, they can fish, but it's according to state law.
Mhm.
What they would like to be able to do is to have their tribal ID card and to be able to have their own tribal regulation, their tribal codes or ordinances. And the tribal council would set that
Uh-huh.
limit.
Okay.
Because I think the traditional knowledge and how things were sustained since time immemorial
Mhm.
has everything to do with saving the species.
Mhm.
Because that tribal knowledge isn't being reflected.
Mhm.
If tribes can stand up their own co-management, their own subsistence harvest that's meaningful, then they're going to be able to help solve some of the problems with these. So
And-
long answer to,
No, I'm glad you brought that up because, one of the things that we, as we continue to develop and repair the damages that have been done in the past, is revitalize our native epistemology, our maritime culture, when we're, gathering fish or, may even revitalize our, other ceremonies that were outlawed until the Freedom of American Indian Religion Act was passed in August 11th, 1978, such as possibly the eagle ceremony, where we may need a live eagle in order to do things, of this sort. But yes, having our tribal ID when we go fish or hunt, it would, streamlining that process
right.
for our people. I think that's very important.
So we've done a little bit, but we've done a lot.
Mhm.
I can say it both ways because we've worked really hard and our outcome is the co-management vision and definition. Excuse me, and that was tough because there were so many stakeholders that affected.
Mhm.
And the department met us halfway and said it's time. Director Bottom said it's time for us to embrace co-management. And, to his credit and the department's credit, they're working extremely hard to do that. But it's uncharted territory as well. And so I believe there's probably a dozen or less co-management agreements in the state of California, but they are moving forward step by step. So a tribe comes forward and says, we're really concerned about kelp. The purple urchin are eating all the kelp. We want to study that. So the tribal responsibility is to go after funding to try and get the data because there's a lack of data.
Sure.
And to bring that information back to the table in co-management and say, okay, in 23, we did this study and these are the outcomes. This is what we found. This is what, the Western science shows. This is our traditional knowledge. This is what we believe and share, and each tribe determines what they will share, but to share what they can to help bring solutions to the table. So it's that equal status of sovereign to sovereign that drills down into the granular pieces of what's going on in our areas.
Mhm.
I just wanted to note there are a couple of hands.
Yeah, great. Did you want to say anything?
I do. I just want to say that there is a disparity between gaining grants and funding because a lot of the tribes don't have that NGO or that academic representation that they are able to easily get that. And so to be able, sorry, Selena McMillan, Ocean Origins, hi everybody. And to be able to facilitate that, I mean, that's something that our brand new, not yet fully created organization's trying to do is to be able to give that ability and those resources to those, because I know that is a problem. Like a lot of grants have to have some kind of support,
Right.
and sometimes that support comes with a long rope
Right.
attached, right?
Tribes cannot stand up a department without staff.
Right.
And a lot of the grants don't allow for staff. Funding
Yeah,
full-time employees.
exactly.
So funding that can help build capacity is just urgent. I'm sorry, what agency are you with?
I don't know if I can announce it quite yet.
Okay.
But
That's
yeah,
okay.
but it's a indigenous majority NGO we're
Okay.
creating to facilitate a lot of these needs that we're talking about.
Wonderful.
We're really excited, yeah. I'm really excited. But I can't talk too much about it,
No
because we're
problem.
in the paperwork
We're
right
in
now,
the-
but it
in
looks
the-
good, yeah.
Awesome.
And I'm really excited to be here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you
Yeah.
for being
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Shall we go to folks online?
Please.
We have a couple of folks who would like to contribute to the conversation. Fred Briones, and then that'll be followed by Daniel Sarna.
Hello, hi. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for putting this meeting on together. I'm a tribal member at the Big Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, and we're having the Clear Lake hitch issues, and the state agencies have been very well to come inform and help us. We are receiving a lot of competition for the water, where there's a lot of illegal wells and illegal diversions and unpermitted reservoirs. And, in that whole situation, someone before me asked, what could you do for us? And I would like to ask, could you deputize us, like the Indian police, water police, to go after these illegal wells, diversions, so we could protect our resource, because what they're using the water for is to make wine. And I want to ask the law enforcement agency, like I've been asking everybody else, is this another alcohol related death of our hitch, but then all animals throughout the state of California? So there's some tough issues coming ahead. It will be recommended or talked about to put on the federally endangered species list in 2025. It's already on the state endangered, but we're just waiting for the federal in 2025. So we'll probably have another hitch summit in Clear Lake, which brings us to another point where I want to add to the co-management. And my tribe, we have an agreement that hasn't been signed yet, an MOU with the Clear Lake State Parks and Natural Resources. We've been working on this now for about 2 years, and it has just gone dry. And I mean that because two things. Number one, I see the importance of having the proper personnel, not just at the tribe, but at the state, that understands the people, that understand the tribes. And we're working with Sabine, but then she left, and then our MOU agreement stopped. But then some representatives came and we spoke to try to progress it. However, this is the dynamic that you must understand, is that that location, the state park, is our traditional homeland, which we in our agreement said we would show you our 20,000-year-old knowledge. We would tell you our stories. We would document everything, trails, lots of signs where visitors could come see, which then became a park attraction. Do you see the Indian park now, where somehow the financial agreement now needs to evolve, where in the past you could exploit the Indian for his traditional knowledge, but nowadays, how to go about it like that, you cannot. It's a violation of intellectual property. So that, again, we strongly feel that's what happened. It slowed. But this is where the state needs to realize too, that if it wants to progress, it just needs to give back those lands to the tribes. or it will end up in a stalemate forever, because it's a business to the tribe, or to both parties, the tribe and the state. The state charges admission to go into that park. And see, there's only 6 employees at that park. And my tribe, at peak summertime, we have about 500 employees. So to manage that park is nothing for us. To gain that asset back is what we need economically for the future of our stability. However, when one gains, the other loses, and that's where the state will lose that park. And that's what they're afraid of. So then that's where the stalemate is. So that's just the dynamic of the situation. I want to just, so you could think, understand, no, it's that it's a business, and the state just needs to let go to help us get back on our feet. So thank you. I've talked enough, but thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Excuse me, I appreciate your thoughts, and sharing your thoughts with us, and I know the issues go deep. I do have a contact at state parks that might be helpful. I'll try and get you that name. I just can't remember his last name right now. So he's very supportive of the tribes in Northern California, and I'm sure he could connect. The tribe I work for, we have just signed an MOU with state parks. So I'll follow up with you offline.
Sorry, what tribe do you work for?
What tribe do I work for? I work for the Sharay Heights Indian community of the Trinidad Rancheria.
Cool, thank you.
I'm the CEO for the tribe. And I've been there for about 16 years. My children are native, and my grandchildren, and they're from the Hoopit tribe.
Oh, nice.
And so our grandma is 90, almost 94 years old, and still teaches all the kids what to do and what not to do.
Who's your grandma?
Lillian Hostler, you know her, Grandma Mush. I'll find out how later.
Okay. It's a long, long, complicated story.
Okay.
So the other person who had raised their hand, put their hand down, but we now have Mary Kate Lowry who has her hand raised.
Okay.
My question is about if management of co-management of resources or tribally important like fish and spaces requires water, right? And so how can the tribal committee help be an advocate, an ally, or is that already happening? Is Fish and Game already working to support tribes' interests and what has already been said? Like consultation has happened, tribes have said what needs to happen, like stop diverting, right? What can the commission do to be an advocate and an ally for water management? Because without the water, there's nothing else.
Thank you for your question, Mary Kate. What the tribal committee could do would be to invite a representative to come to the tribal committee meeting. Each agency, as Melissa indicated earlier, has their own consultation policies. And the way the state works, it's very important to be respectful of their leadership at an agency level. But I think there can be conversations regarding the issues that the tribes are facing, and I would be happy to invite a representative. Is it from Department of Water Resources that you're talking about?
Department of Water Resources, the State Water Board, they're making decisions have been made that go directly against what tribes have said, right? The consultation's been done, the listening sessions have been done in the communities. The information has been given. Co-management means listening and doing. And I feel like there needs to be, if leadership at the state level is not making decisions that are representing the values of this committee, then the committee has to make some hard conversations, call people on their nonsense. Say, you asked for consultation, the consultation's been given. Okay, it's time to make moves and do what people are saying to do. TEK doesn't mean talking about traditional stories. It means the people who've been responsible, the sovereign nation who's been responsible for taking care of the waters and the land in their ancestral places, right? It's the senior science, it's senior leadership on that site. And so once that's modern TEK, right? We don't need to talk about traditional, this and that. We listen to what's been said. And so if people aren't listening at that state level, what can this commission do to put some weight and influence of the community, the people? That's why people are here, because they're not listening at the top.
Well, I'm happy to follow up with you as well, Mary Kate. I'm not positive as to which issue you're referring to, if it's the Clear Lake Hitch or other issues. But I do listen. I want to listen and I want to help. Every day in my day job, I try and solve problems for the tribe I work for and for all tribes. So
Absolutely. And one of them is
think-
diversions all over California. Diversions like at the Hitch, and I'm familiar with that issue. Diversions out of, so the big one is the Central Valley Project. That affects so many tribes, the Central Valley Project, the management of water. So we have the dams coming down, amazing victory, but we have a huge amount of diversion and a huge amount of bad decision making and a huge amount of consultations that aren't being listened to right now. So that's what I'm talking about.
I understand. I believe Susan Ashcraft, our marine advisor.
Yeah, so Commissioner Jackie, you wanted to mention something that you may recall from the previous commission meeting discussion about, and it'll be it's on the agenda for this meeting, but it's going to be delayed. But there's been conversation by commissioners about wanting to identify what exactly the commission can do in this venue. And Vice President Zavaleta has been very closely participating with President Sklar and Director Bonham in conversations about how that might be advanced. I think she might want to add.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to. Yeah, Mary Kate, I think I absolutely we share this concern that you're absolutely right, that water is sort of fundamental to so much of what we're responsible for and charged with. And I think so where that is that the commission has limited authority in this space. We are not the Department of Water Resources. We are not the state water boards, but we do have some ability to work around water for fish specifically and water for wildlife. And so we've been in conversation about this with the department over the last couple of months and have asked for a report on how the department is engaged on this issue broadly, because as you know, so much is going on across the state of California, and you raise the Central Valley Project. I think that's a particularly big and complicated space in which to engage for us, because we don't have any direct authority over water at that scale. But we're expecting to hear from the director at our February meeting because we want to learn more too about how the department is engaged in these conversations. And using negotiation, using the tools available to secure water for fish and wildlife and for land. And I think that's an opportunity for all of us, and we can pick it back up in this space as well, to identify opportunities as a commission to engage in ways that are complementary or that are supportive, complementary to or supportive of the department's ongoing work. I was really encouraged to hear of the variety of ways that the department is working on this front, because it is so critical. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. I'm looking forward to everybody having a little bit more of a sense of what that landscape is.
I know the Department of Water Resources has a very strong tribal advisor. Her name is Anacita Augustinus, and she works very hard for tribes as well. So I think I'm just very happy to hear that, Commissioner Erica, and I look forward to further conversations and how we can support this effort. Did you?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. I just, recognizing that this agenda topic started by talking about the annual tribal planning meeting. I did want to note a couple of things that are relevant to the kinds of conversation that you're having right here. First of all, in part, the annual tribal planning meeting has provided an opportunity to invite other agencies that are sister agencies, state or federal, that tribes want to be able to engage with. And that has been a venue in some of the past annual planning meetings to convene them with tribal representatives and to be able to facilitate where the tribal committee and the commission have been, supportive of facilitating that engagement across agencies with tribes. The 2022, the last meeting, had a smaller focus, and that was based on input that Commissioner Jackie received at the time, but it varies from year to year what the preferences are. So I just wanted to note that that's another opportunity that has really been a good contributor to coordination across the agencies and tribes in the past. And then the other piece was going back to the educational piece, and yes, the policy itself, the tribal consultation policy has those pillars of different policy goals, and one of them is the education. And it originally, as you know, you're well embedded and infused with that the tribal committee and the commission really maintains a desire to help ensure as much as possible to be able to bring in and equip tribes to participate in the commission's process, whether it is regulations after it's at that, things that are going to become regulations, or it's at formative stages of policy itself. And at when it was developed, the annual tribal planning meeting was intended to serve as a core venue for being able to do that, and to really just, roll up your sleeves, talk about priorities, look at what the commission already has on its work plan, and then talk about areas of profound concern from tribal knowledge that you would like to see explored as well, or ones that you would like to go back to your tribe and notify them and say, this is an important topic that's coming up. We have an opportunity to provide knowledge. And so it was really surrounding that. The good news is that as the policies this policy may be revisited, that'll give an opportunity for everyone now that you have several years under your belt to be able to explore, is this the essence of where we are, or do we desire to set new policy goals?
Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate you bringing that back around, because that's exactly what I was thinking about was, how do we bring those agencies in? I think that tribal planning meeting would be an excellent place to do that. And I would like to see us work on a date. I know one of our challenges is we're recruiting for a tribal advisor for the Fish and Game Commission. So if any of you have any recommendations or would like to ping a friend that would be great at it, please do. Because thankfully Melissa and all the staff really support the tribal committee, but we need a tribal advisor for the tribal committee. And that will help us a lot with the planning of that annual tribal meeting. And in the meantime, I would like to have a chance to discuss with staff what could be possible in 2024 for that annual tribal meeting. I'm not going to put them on the spot right now, but we'll be having that conversation soon, I hope.
And since you mentioned the tribal advisor position, and we have everyone's attention, I just want to mention that is going to be posted as a staff services manager classification. Previously, it had been a senior environmental scientist. That particular classification really limited the number of potential applicants. And so we're broadening it to a staff services manager. The exam for that is online. It can be completed at any time. And if you go to the statejobs.ca.gov website, you can look up that classification and the exam and what's required for that. So if you want to pass along that to potential applicants, that information, it's not difficult. It doesn't take a ton of time, but it's just something it's nice to get out of the way as you're completing your applications and submitting them to the state. So just want to put that plug in.
We'll put that plug in.
We definitely want to see the annual tribal planning meeting advance this year. Early stages, we had those meetings in February, pretty early in the year. And then the last couple, we had moved them to later in the year to the summer time frame. And so it'd be really helpful also just as staff is beginning to think about and plan for 2024, if there is any general time frame within which you'd like to see, or our tribal participants would like to see that kind of a planning meeting.
Thank you. Sounds good.
And your hand is back up.
Yes, Daniel is back up. Yes, so Daniel.
Not your hand.
Daniel,
Go ahead.
Sarna, your hand's back up. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for the great conversation so far. I'm Dan Sarna. I'm working as a policy planning and communications consultant with the Karuk Tribe Wildlife Program. Emilio Tripp, who's the Karuk Tribe Wildlife Manager, asked me to attend this call. And I was just wondering if you could please repeat and clarify the item mentioned earlier regarding asking the Karuk Tribe to present on tribal fire stewardship and cultural burning at the next annual tribal planning meeting, so that I can pass that along to my colleagues. And if it's easier, we can follow up via email so as not to take up too much more time. Thanks.
Oh, I'm happy to respond briefly, Dan. I really think the work that the Karuk Tribe is doing is extremely effective and impactful. And I don't know how many people are familiar with the work that they are doing. So, normally we would have, for instance, maybe we could dedicate a half an hour to 45 minutes for a presentation. And we can follow up offline.
And just to clarify, did you want that at a tribal committee meeting or the annual tribal planning meeting?
It could be either. Which do you recommend?
I think
Dan,
either both work.
Dan, both work.
I think both could work too. I can pass the info along to my colleagues, and depending on availability, I can have them follow back up with you. I'm assuming you're thinking about Bill Tripp, the director of the Department of Natural Resources. Okay, I can follow up with Bill.
That would be great, Dan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. So if we do not have any more hands up online, let's go ahead and move to.
Oh, I apologize. Someone just raised their hand. Robert Vanderhoek.
Okay.
Robert, go ahead, please. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, Robert Vanderhoek. Robert Vanderhoek, can you hear me? It was difficult to get it unmuted, but here I am. I have 3 questions. Jacqueline, is the person to your left who was speaking a few moments ago, is that Susan Ashcraft? That's one question. 2,
yes, Robert.
you have someone named Sarah. Okay, Sarah is a department tribal liaison, but not the commission liaison. So is that correct? You're looking for a tribal liaison for the, so you have two tribal. Would you be looking for someone who is indigenous primarily, I imagine? But it's not going to be constrained on the application, but that would be the ideal situation.
We are not, we cannot, and we will not isolate it that way, but we definitely would prefer tribal experience.
Sure. Okay, and thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Robert.
Everyone.
Okay. Let's go to item number 3, and we've talked quite a bit about co-management, but I'd like to just review the vision statement and the definition. Not sure if we can bring that up or not, but I can read it.
Three, the exhibit number
Co-management.
3.
Yes. Yes,
You have
exhibit
that?
3-1.
Hold that up, Jenny. Okay, well, she's gonna do it, that'd be great. Okay.
So the vision of tribes, the California Fish and Game Commission, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is to engage in a collaborative effort between sovereigns to jointly achieve and implement mutually agreed upon and compatible governance and management objectives to ensure the health and sustainable use of fish and wildlife. And that was our first effort, and it took a long time. We probably started on it in 2015, I want to say 2016. And it was not approved until 2020 by the full commission. But when the definition, a collaborative effort established through an agreement in which 2 or more sovereigns mutually negotiate, define, and allocate amongst themselves the sharing of management functions and responsibilities for a given territory, area, or set of natural resources. And that is just profound to me, because it's exactly what tribes have been looking for, asking for, working for, and for the commission and the department to uphold that vision statement and that definition was the first step forward for tribes to be able to say, okay, what we are doing is meaningful and we'll continue to work forward on this. So just a refresher, and I invite anybody that would like to bring up any roundtable discussion or comments or questions, please do so. Am I gonna have to go pick on people?
Well, I think this is Melissa Miller Henson, Executive Director. I think one of the ideas behind this agenda item is that this really is an opportunity for some of our tribal or agency partners to talk a little bit about some of the co-management activities in which they've been engaged or of which they are aware, things that have worked well or that haven't worked well, some of the challenges or efforts that have been particularly successful and what made them successful, those sorts of things. And so it's really an open invitation to share those experiences, to help others learn from those experiences as they go through their own journey, co-management journey. So I think we have Fred. Fred, would you like to share?
Hello. Yes, hi. I just wanted to make a comment. With our experience working with the state parks, they did mention that there was only a handful of tribes in the state, like 5 or 6 or 7, that had MOUs in place. There were some tribes, one up north, that has been working on their MOU for over 6-7 years, and it hasn't got signed. And we strongly feel it's based upon population, because one of the things that we asked for was just to have free entrance into the park. However, day entrance, no overnight. And this sense of fear was created where they were scared, where we would just show up 400 Indians at one time and might not leave. So they got balked big time because that's what happened. We might storm it, where that is our home. So again, having that understanding of the time to let go, that must be realized. There's other ways to make money, but the whole point of this is to help promote the tribes. Can we help them by giving them the tools, the resources, the assets, their homelands, so they could charge admission into the park? So there's going to be a lot of hanging. Sorry, I'm on a flight. I'll get off. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Any other tribal reps?
Hey, how cool that he can participate from a flight.
That's amazing, isn't it?
The technology that we live with, it's just amazing.
Any other tribal reps online that would like to share?
Hi there. Sorry for not raising my hand. Hey Tanani Sentama, Heyo Heyo. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes and an intern with Save California Salmon. I think what I that
Nicole, we're losing you. You're coming in and out. We lost her.
She's
Still
still there,
online,
but
we can't hear
I
her.
may not know that we can.
Nicole, if you can hear me, we'll circle back to you whenever you're able to join.
She did drop.
Okay. Well, shall we go ahead and move to our next item?
Sure, just to let folks know that for your April tribal committee meeting, I do have a couple of conversations initiated with the assistance of Sarah Fonseca. Thank you for her help in identifying potential speakers for the next meeting. And apologies that I wasn't able to make that happen for this particular meeting, but just know that we do have a couple of potential presentations under tribal co-management for your April tribal committee meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah.
It does appear,
I
yes.
think it's your contact that you want to connect with at Parks. With Vince, he's the contact I think that
Okay.
you were thinking of.
Okay, yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
And then Nicole, it looks like she was able to make it back if she wants to unmute herself.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me better this time?
Oh, much better.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. I just wanted to share, gratitude for the commission and the work that you did that you're doing on the hitch, and really share the importance of the diversion, stopping the diversions. We're working on the Potter Valley project in our region in Mendocino County, and so the supporting our fish and our food sustenance is greatly appreciated, and continued ask. And with that, I would just like to share, I echo the sentiments of what I believe Mary Kate was trying to share, is that a need for action items, I guess, of we really need to know how we go about moving our needs and coming to these commission meetings and to the agencies is something that is, new to us, to have that ability and the strength to come to our agency departments to ask for things is a little hard for tribes to do. And again, thanking all the agencies for including us and making us standing out, that we are important and that we are in these regulatory processes. But really helping us understand what the action items are. How do we make these requests into action items is what I would like to see maybe included. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. That's a great recommendation. Okay, before we move on to our next item, is there anyone else online that would like to share?
Yes, we have Ron Sundberg would like to speak.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you, guys. My name is Ron Sundberg. I'm with Trinidad Rancheria. I just wanted to share real quickly with the commission the IMSA, the Indigenous Marine Stewardship Area that was created up here by Rezagini Rancheria, the Telewadeni Nation, and the Sherry Heights Indian community of the Trinidad Rancheria. We each took action to protect nearly 700 square miles of our ancestral ocean and coastal territories and waters to advance long-term tribal stewardship and governments, as well as tribal and state co-management of critical ecosystems to protect and support cultural lifeways and economies while directly addressing climate impacts. This IMSA stretches from basically the Oregon border to just south of Trinidad, California. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate you sharing that. It's definitely been a lot of work by all three tribes. And we appreciate your work on that, Ron. Maybe we could have a tribal presentation on that sometime this year. Maybe representatives from all three tribes could join together. We can work that out. Let's go ahead and go to marine protected areas, decadal management review.
Yes. So I think many folks who participated in Commission Tribal Committee meetings are aware that last year, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, in concert with some other agencies and with tribal representative assistance and working with the commission, et cetera, conducted what was called a decadal management review for the state's marine protected areas network. It's something that's envisioned in the master plan for marine protected areas for California, where every 10 years there'll be an analysis and a look at where the network is, how the network is functioning, where it's working well, where it may not be working well, and potentially making amendments to that. So during that process, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife brought a pretty significant report to the commission. And with that, a list of recommendations for what and how the commission might move forward through this decadal review. The Marine Resources Committee worked with the department on identifying how to potentially prioritize that list, brought that to the commission. The commission agreed in general. I think they made one or two changes, Susan, if I remember correctly. But in general, agreed with the recommendation from the Marine Resources Committee on how to prioritize those various recommendations. We've included an exhibit in your meeting materials. Exhibit 4.1 has that list of recommendations from the decadal management review that were prioritized. And using that information, the commission said of those various priorities, there's one in particular that we want to get started with right away. And that is the opportunity for other agencies and the public to come forward with recommendations for how we might modify the system. How might we modify individual marine protected areas within that network, overall network? And so the commission invited what are called petitions for regulation change. It's a process that we already have within the commission. Anytime someone wants to see the commission make a change to one of its regulations, there's a little form you fill out. I mentioned it in the intro. And you submit that, and we go through a 2+ meeting process for evaluating that request. And in this particular case, the commission had requested that any proposals specific to the MPA network, to the extent possible, folks provide those petitions by the 30th of November. 20 petitions were submitted by the 30th. So a lot of interest out there, lots of folks with ideas for how that network of marine protected areas might be modified. Everything from small boundary changes, maybe it's a new activity that might be allowed within NPA, or a modification to an existing NPA activity within the NPA. Maybe it's an enforcement concern, difficult for folks to understand this, suggest you modify it this way, etc. To full proposals for new marine protected areas. So it's a pretty broad range of ideas that have been brought forward. Those petitions are all being received by the commission in a public way at the commission meeting over the next 2 days. So those are available in the commission meeting materials for the December 13-14 meeting. The November 30 date was a soft date. It wasn't a hard and fast deadline. And so commission may still continue to receive those up through Thursday, the second day of the meeting. And one of the things that staff had been asked to do was to make sure that all of California's tribes and tribal communities were aware of that request for proposals. And I am sad to announce that staff did not complete that task. And so we will be coming to the commission on Thursday, requesting an opportunity to send that letter out either this Friday or Monday, next Monday, and allowing tribes to then submit any additional proposals by the end of January. So that'll be forthcoming. We did have tribes, however, that participate. Some of those petitions that we received include either modifications to an NPA supported by local tribes, or tribes submitting petitions themselves for modifications or additions to the network. So for those who are interested in those petitions, please do take a look at the commission website. Our meetings page is on the commission website. There's a meetings page for 2023, and you'll find the commission meeting for December 13-14. That file is pretty large. I think it's 70 megabytes or thereabouts. So it is posted separately as its own link on the page. So take a look at those. In general, this is a very simplified description, but in general, once the commission has identified the full range of petitions that it wants to consider during this iteration, the staff will come back to the commission and make a recommendation on which of those are simple enough, easy enough, obvious enough. The commissioners, we think you can just agree to this now. We really think you should consider doing this. We'll make that recommendation, then it's up to the commission to decide whether or not to do that. Or we might say, commissioners, this is something that's actually outside of your authority to do. We would suggest you reject this. Here's why, etc. And here's who might have that authority. And then there's going to be a whole bunch in between. And those are the full suite that will probably be referred to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to provide an analysis based on the scientific guidelines in the master plan for marine protected areas, and a list of criteria that had been developed, the department developed based on a conversation at a previous Marine Resources Committee meeting. they'll use that, those guidelines as sort of the foundation for their evaluation. And then they will come back to the commission at a later date with a recommendation. There may also be some specific elements of petitions that the commission may decide to refer, say, to legal counsel or to its own staff, et cetera. But the vast majority will be, we anticipate will be sent over to the department for a full scientific analysis. The amount of time that it takes for that is heavily dependent upon the elements of those petitions. Staff has not had the opportunity yet to go through those in detail to fully understand everything that's being proposed. We have a very shallow understanding of a brief reading that we were able to do in the last week before getting those all posted, because most of them did come in either the 29th or 30th. So it was a pretty quick turnaround. So huge kudos to the staff for making that happen because it was a lot of work. But once we have a greater understanding, in February, we will come back to the commission with a more detailed outline of what those proposals are and our recommendations for the different pieces of those proposals for a full conversation by the commission about which of those do we approve, which do we reject, and which do we refer over to the department for an analysis.
I think it's important in the letter that does go out to the tribes to fully explain that, what you just shared with all of us.
Yes.
And that it is the very beginning of the process, even though the letter didn't go out. I believe the commission would be very flexible if there are, tribes interested, if there's tribal response saying, well, we haven't had enough time, we just got this. I think we should be flexible with that if we can within our calendar.
Okay. Yeah, and absolutely, the letter will be accompanied by some of these materials that you have in your meeting materials for this meeting to provide that understanding of this is the beginning, this is just starting, and here are the various things that are going to happen along the way.
Perfect. Our meeting in February is
the 14th and 15th in Sacramento.
Ooh, Valentine's Day.
Yes.
Okay.
There's gonna be a red one.
Sounds good.
There will be chocolate.
Yeah. Well, there's usually chocolate all. Anyway.
Let's pass these cookies around the table.
Yeah, there we go.
I'll take one of those. Thanks to Miss Susan.
Yes, Susan
For
brought
sharing.
those. Appreciate that.
More, so don't hold back.
Susan, did you have anything you wanted to add to this item?
Yes, I think at your last tribal committee meeting, there was a really great discussion about the decadal management review and about the tribal involvement in the decadal management review, the report itself, including a report drafted by tribes that's an appendix to that, and also including tribal representatives on the planning committee. And at your last meeting in April, the meeting materials included a more detailed version of those prioritized recommendations. So the ones that are in the meeting materials today have a list of 28 that are prioritized. But to get a better context for specific actions or objectives that would help to achieve those recommendations, those are listed in a table of recommendations and actions it's available on the commission's website under the April Tribal Committee meeting, and that's available as well. And at least two, I'm going off of memory, but at least two originated from tribal recommendations and are elevated within that.
Great. Thank you very much.
And also to highlight that that list of priorities is divided up into 3 sections. There's a short term, a medium term, and a long term, recognizing that we can't do all of these at once. The department can't do all of these at once. Our partner agencies can't do all of this at once, et cetera. So the department did divide up into these different periods of time. That's not to say that a long-term priority won't necessarily start now, it might, but it's going to take a long period of time in order for it to be completed.
Yes, and those that are familiar with the Marine Protected Area Network may be aware that there are currently 2 marine protected areas named for the original tribal names for the geography, Kashtayat in Santa Barbara and Matlachwal in La Jolla nearby. And so since the commission's policy has been to use geographic names largely for marine protected areas. And so just noting that proposals that tribes may want to advance could even be integrating that name, the name, which would only be done in consultation. You'll hear more about that later. There under item 7, there's a policy that relates to that will be discussed.
Great. So do we have a presentation more set for this item?
For the marine protected areas?
Yeah, were we gonna share that, or that was just put in as information?
That's an information. So there was Susan actually made a presentation recently to the Marine Protected Areas statewide leadership team to provide them with an update on our process.
Okay.
And so that we included that as additional information for folks to
Very well
understand
done and very informative.
And
she did a
great
nice
thanks to Kinsey Matthews, for our secret fellow, for her work on that presentation in very short order. But any of you that want a bit of a tutorial on the process, that gives you a kind of a step through tutorial with some visuals that can.
Great. Any comments or questions from folks online, or any follow-up comments from Commissioner Erica? Anything you want to share in this item?
I think it's been really well described, and I would just underscore the opportunity here, the opportunity to, if it were me, I always have to sort of like be hit over the head with how to do this kind of stuff. I would be going and trying to figure out from that presentation, which is so clear, what is that form that you fill out, and what is the deadline for it, and what are the sections, and thank you for making that process so transparent. I hope folks will have a look at that. It's a really great opportunity to that is a mechanism. It's a clear mechanism. People have asked about the different pathways in for specific guidance and input about how to do these prioritized actions well, better, etc. Yeah. I think, Jules, you wanted to say something. You've been involved in this process very deeply.
Thank you. Hey, I want to get Coach Jackson. My name is Coach Jackson. I have nothing prepared, but I saw marine protected areas on it, so I wanted to come in between some things. And just maybe I could share a little bit of background information, at least starting with the tribal summary, and just briefly speak into how we are going to obtain the objectives or the priorities, and my personal, thoughts on that. I worked on the back end of the tribal summary submitted for the DMR, and just wanted to provide clarity that I do a lot of this work. My people are from the East Coast, and so we've been displaced, as well as many coastal California nations. So I have this skill set. By no means do I want to take over for California tribes and speak for them, but at the same time, if I have the capacity, I want to help and support. So coming from that place, I served with a group of folks that were basically gathered, to the best of my knowledge, from Strategic Earth, which was Kelly Sauce and Teresa Romero. And there were several of us who worked upwards to 2 years to create the tribal summary. So it wasn't, I would hope that moving forward, we can always identify it, not necessarily as it was tribal oriented, because right off the bat, I would discount that because I'm not from here. And I spoke on the panel, probably some sort of education or coaching something panel for the DMR. and spoke about the investment that needs to happen over the next 10 years, because how we've done it in the last 10 years obviously has not yielded good results of truly meaningfully engaging Indigenous folks, as evidenced by this room. As we all know, San Diego County has the highest amount of reservations in a county in the entire nation, and the room is virtually empty. I tried to make sure that at least Stan got here today. And have obviously sent the information out, but it's also a capacity issue, obviously, with folks. But when I first started the work a few years ago, and I talked to Indigenous folks about MPAs, approximately the first 40 Indigenous folks I spoke to, like 39 out of 40 of them didn't know what MPAs were. The one person who did, I was so excited. And he said, yeah, I know what it is. It's like, that's great. How do we work together? And he was like, we protested it. So that's when I began to think I need to reinvent the wheel, or really listen as to how this process got started, and then understand how we can move forward. And that doesn't mean that just because people are unaware of laws and policies that landed on their land 30 years ago, obviously that has nothing to do with their thousands of years of knowledge of the land and ecosystems. We worked with an elder who recently passed away, Richard Bugsby, on an entire Kumeyaay ethnobotany game, which is fascinating, that I hope can be shared with all of you and the kids that I coach. And it's an amazing board game where you have to exert ethnobotanical knowledge to pass through and matriculate the game. So they have all of that knowledge. It doesn't really mean that that's not relevant. It's completely relevant. They just might not have been aware of the process in the last couple of decades. So when I sat on the panel, I said, my kids are like 15 years old-ish. Obviously, in another 10 years, they're going to be in their mid-20s. So what exactly is the plan as to how we can engage them in the process over the next 10 years? So really, I just wanted to always, at every opportunity, advocate for funding and resources to more closely reach those priorities. We're all on the same page here. I think of advocating for that, but I know that as it related to the tribal summary, there wasn't necessarily funding set aside to do the outreach that we did. But we're so far decades behind the curve. There really is going to have to obviously be an incredibly concerted effort as to how we engage everyone in the next 10 years. And so I worked also behind the scenes, specifically with San Diego Collaborative. We had a very high Indigenous representation at our last meeting, and submitted a lot of Indigenous-led suggestions in terms of MPAs. I worked on the back end. There are a couple proposals that made it through the November deadline with Santa Ynez. And obviously behind the scenes have advocated for I refer to it as name reclamation versus name changing of the traditional names of the MPAs, because I think that in itself is a transformative process. So I'm so to hear that there's policy that supports that as well. So just a super generalized comment to say that I'm here to support and help bridge that gap of walking in the two worlds. And I think it's going to come in the form of obviously what the tribes want, number one, but really formal proposals with some substantial funding and resources so that they can have their seats rightfully so at the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Some excellent points. I like that terminology, native reclamation. That's awesome. Anything else on that item?
I think so. We'll be talking about it more during the commission meeting.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to coastal fishing communities policy. Our staff lead on that is Susan.
Thank you, Chair Jackie. So over the past actually several years, the tribal committee has received regular updates about overall efforts. Let me start over. There's a current, there's a broader project that the Marine Resources Committee itself has been shepherding largely since 2016, called the Coastal Fishing Communities Project. And that originated because of a number of challenges being experienced by coastal fishing communities in different harbors and parts of the coastline that were related to climate-driven changes in the ocean, that were changing the dynamics of the fisheries in which they participated, from that to competition for shoreside infrastructure and resources, to changes in the amount of harvest that could be authorized for sustainability purposes, that was much lower than it historically, the over harvesting that historically had occurred. And so one of the recommendations that came out of coastal meetings with coastal communities was to develop first and foremost an overarching policy that could serve as a standard bearer for the commission's perspective in how to go about better exploring fisheries, not just from the standpoint of one fishery, the lobster trap fishery, and looking at the impacts of those on those fishermen of that particular fishery, but looking at the cascade effects that go through the whole community, those that depend on employment, or those that depend on others to gather and harvest food from the sea for them to be able to be sustained, and so on. We've been bringing this to the tribal committee, recognizing that true in Trinidad, there is tribal commercial fishing occurring. And there's much broader connections with the sea and its seaweed, its shellfish, its fish, and other values and changes in the ocean that tribes have been tracking since time immemorial. So it's from that vantage point that we have been reaching out to tribes and through this tribal committee to seek additional perspectives. The policy itself is a proposed policy that has been under development for the last 2.5 years. In 2021, the commission supported the MRC recommendation to launch that process with regional roundtables with invited participants. As far as tribal participation goes, we conducted outreach and invited. We did not schedule separate meetings with individual tribal representatives, but we did invite tribes to come and engage in those roundtables. And we did have one participant in one of the meetings, so that the venue may not have been the right venue, and I recognize that. And so despite that, we as staff have, for the commission and coordination with, and the co-chairs of the Marine Resources Committee have also been concerned about that and have asked staff to try to look at any proposed policy language from that lens. So they're actually, so in your meeting materials, it's funny because there's a description of the history of this policy development. The description says that the MRC and the tribal committee have been receiving those updates and having discussions, but it only references the MRC in the little column about meetings. So we apologize for that oversight. It's not our desire it's our desire to make that visible and have the respect it deserves. So I apologize for that. At any rate, this has been a bottom-up type of organic community members engaging from the beginning, providing their perspectives and their recommendations. And the definition of coastal fishing communities for purposes of this policy is relevant. And that was also developed through a community-based conversation where we had people could call in, be there in person, and the community members themselves are the ones that developed the definition. And the definition for purposes of this policy, which I am trying to get to, is it's a coastal fishing community is defined as a social, cultural, economic, and or place-based group whose members are dependent upon, engaged in, or benefit from local wild capture, commercial, recreational, or subsistence, marine fishery harvest, or processing to meet the social or economic needs of the community, and include, but are not limited to, businesses and organizations that depend on supporting marine fisheries by providing goods and services, including infrastructure to that community or those communities. And also, this may be a subset or a member of a larger or associated coastal community. So, in other words, while that is not a simple definition, it reflects how intertwined these different facets of communities that have a connection to the coast. And we have heard from some tribes just the role, even if their tribe was not historically geographically associated with the coastline, had strong connections through trading and other aspects. So that said, it was commercial fisheries were really the impetus for the start of this policy. The stage that we are at is that at the March MRC meeting, Marine Resources Committee meeting, after 2.5 years of work with the public and community members, that the committee recommended that the commission go forward with considering this as a proposed policy. And brought it forward. We brought that information to the tribal committee in April. And the tribal committee at that time did not have any changes to propose to the language. We discussed how the tribal advisor for the commission had taken a look. And we wanted to make sure that anything that we put in was honoring and not, just checking some kind of a box. So I think in terms of longer term and how this can be realized amongst tribes with coastal connections or just seafood connections, there's a lot of space to be able to explore how that could apply. And we also recognize that the tribal subsistence work group through the tribal committee is happening. And so that is going to, in reverse, inform how the coastal fishing community's policy can apply. So there's a strong recognition there. And the Marine Resources Committee also acknowledged that. So subsequent to the April tribal committee meeting, the commission was scheduled to consider adopting that policy in June, and decided to send it back at the recommendation of Vice President Zavaleta, requested to send it back to the tribal committee, recognizing that there's this language about subsistence harvest and the tribal subsistence work group, and wanting to make sure that whatever comes out of this is really clearly attributed to what it's intended to be attributed to. And so recognizing the challenges that we had with our being able to schedule that meeting, we are here now. This is our first opportunity to bring it forward. In addition, staff of the commission had the opportunity to work, to interact with Vice President Zavaleta as she really got a fresh look at this proposed policy, which was just introduced to the commission, the whole commission for the first time in April, received it in April, and a discussion in June. So this was after almost 3 years with community members, and yet the first time the full commission saw it. So there are, in your meeting materials, are some concepts and potential options to refine language and, if it's your desire, I can turn it over to you. And, you can highlight, the perspective that you brought forward.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Susan. And I just want to start out by sort of acknowledging the incredible amount of work that's gone into developing what is it's a long policy and a detailed policy because it's really important. And it reflects all of this work that people have put into it. And I think it's a really important policy. I mean, the spirit of the policy is to recognize, as you described, these interdependent sort of social, cultural, and economic relationships between coastal fishing communities and the marine systems along our coast. So that we can do a better job ensuring that as we're responding to management changes, we're not losing the human communities that are part of, in the long run, sustaining those sustainable fisheries. So I wanted to bring it back though for like some specific reasons that I just want to underscore, because I think this is an opportunity to speak to them. One is that there are really three. One is the specific item that Susan raised in the definition of coastal fishing communities. We're referring to commercial, recreational, and subsistence harvest or processing. And in sort of the middle of this process of trying to determine how we're going to move forward, first in this committee, and then ultimately perhaps as a commission in distinguishing subsistence use in some way. I want to make sure that there's an opportunity for folks and for Commissioner Jackie to weigh in on how using that language in the way that it's used here interacts with that process of determining what that actually means. Is that the word that that's likely to come out of this committee to refer to this distinct set of uses from commercial and recreational? And if it is, do we need to use a different one here? So that's like one thing. There's a bigger sort of, I think, broader concern that I have, and the language changes throughout the policy in Exhibit 5.1 are more intended to address. And that is that, there are not a lot of changes I've suggested in here, but here and there are word changes that have to do with a concern that if we prioritize or elevate coastal fishing community interests, which are some of the words that were in the version that came to the full commission in April. I am interested in whether others also are concerned about prioritizing or elevating those particular interests, particularly in the context of what's happening around the state. We are seeing an expansion in tribal participation in co-management, in leadership, in the MPA process. We've had a lot of discussion over the last year about the desire for there to be more engagement along those lines. And so a lot of several of my suggestions have to do with ensuring that we're conveying our support for, our recognition for coastal fishing communities and the important and integral roles they play in these systems, but that we're not prioritizing them above other either stakeholder groups or sovereign nations with which there may be like a conflict then set up in language that's prioritizing or elevating other entities. So that's what some of those specific edits in the table are. Things like shifting from the word elevate to the word support, from the word prioritize to the word, okay, now I have to find it. Highlight and integrate. Thank you. So they're just, some word changes to say we support, we want to systematically consider, but we don't necessarily want to convey 10 years in the future or now, when people may or may not be as familiar with the context behind the process, that they are elevated above other aspects of our mission or other interests in these resources. The third is that I just am interested in, I recognize the really varied perspectives, tribal perspectives on sort of the relationships to fishing communities, and those range from, as Susan conveyed, like participation in commercial fisheries to conflict with commercial fisheries. And so want to make sure that there's space to hear from that full range of perspectives. Because as Susan said, the impetus for this is around commercial fisheries. And I think that's, you know, what I just said. There's complexity there that I want to make sure the language addresses. So maybe in summary, the changes I've suggested are not big changes, because by and large, I think this policy is really important. But I did want to make sure that we had an opportunity to hear from this committee about those three areas.
Thank you. And I, as you all know, it took years and years to come up with the very brief tribal co-management vision and definition. So every single word matters to many people. And so that's, you know, something that the full commission will be discussing as well on Thursday and exploring that. But I think it might be helpful to just characterize the three bins that this policy pursues. It's the policy is to, for context, this state law, the Marine Life Management Act that governs fisheries management in California, requires that all fishery management plans include a set of different kinds of objectives. And one of those objectives has to do with socioeconomic considerations and not taking neither putting the near-term interests of fishing communities and participants above the long-term interest of preserving and protecting the abundance and the, you know, sustainability of the stocks, but also avoiding wherever possible negative economic impacts on those communities. So it is envisioned in the law to be part of the desire is to not inadvertently or through lack of recognition to inadvertently have an impact on the communities. And the Commission and the Department of Fish and Wildlife have really pursued doing that and engaging with direct participants in a particular fishery, and then processors or that work with either harvest or distributing a particular species, but trying to get at the differences in regions and things is an area that continues to develop. And that's the focus of this is, yes, that lens also matters in addition to engaging with the specific fishery. Losing a lot of months of Dungeness crab on the North Coast of salmon has had ripple effects that are felt through all the communities, as you know. So anyway, so the three bins are, first is understanding the issues facing coastal fishing communities and identify solutions through meaningful engagement, working with individual communities themselves to learn. So the work the commission is learning from them. B is focused on things that the commission can do within its decision-making authority. So ensure that coastal interests and needs, coastal fishing community interests, those interests that we've heard about are contemplated and explored and systematically considered or factored into is what the draft MRC draft languages that are factored into consider commission decision-making. And the third part is outside of commission. So I think what the community says, we need a champion to remind other agencies, other entities, as the coastal commissions or other agencies are considering, putting wind farms out on the water or other kinds of uses, to remind them to also think about coastal fishing communities or participants in the coastal communities there. And so it's in the spirit of that last one. And I want to make sure that about the elevating coastal fishing community interests, that is contextual to that outside. It's a little bit like talking to the water boards. I heard that here today to almost bright line to showcase the concerns that tribes have, to make sure that the water boards are aware of it and aware of the implications for fish and wildlife. So that's part of the lens that they're thinking about. And that's similar here. It's not to elevate, it was not intended to elevate the community interests in the face of emerging issues or threats above other priorities, but instead to elevate it from invisible to visible, almost as the MRC didn't use the word champion, but they did recognize that the commission could, for example, they did write a letter to the Coastal Commission reminding them of the needs of coastal fishing communities. Also worked with the Air Resources Control Board on boat regulations, etc. So it's just about, the commissioners hold such a knowledge and insight about all of everyone's engagement, just at scratching the surface, with all respect for tribes and why we value you being here to teach us. So that's part of it. Learn, do what we can where we are, and go out and be a bit of a voice to highlight those needs. And I know that was a long speech. I'm very sorry.
Don't be sorry. It was great.
Okay.
So I'll jump in. I have been here through this whole process, and there has been extremely minimal tribal input. And I don't think it's because there wasn't outreach to the tribes. I think and I always say this, and bear with me because I'm going to say it again. Tribes are fighting every day, putting out fires, solving problems, emergencies surface sometimes several a day in the tribal council world, in the tribal administrator, my world. And so while a lot of times tribes have very good intentions in responding and commenting, they'll see the deadline, it's already passed, and it's like, okay, well, this isn't a very high priority. So I think that speaks to why many times we don't get a lot of tribal comment unless it's urgent for that tribe. On this policy, I have done a lot of work on coastal fishing communities. That's why I got involved with the Marine Life Protection Act, because in Northern California, we have the Crescent City Port, we have the Trinidad Port, and we have the Eureka Port. And each of those areas have their own fishermen's associations. And they don't always agree on everything. They don't see eye to eye on everything. And then commercially, we have the Iraq Tribe and Trinidad Rancheria, but almost every tribe has recreational fishing or subsistence harvest fishing. And so in my mind, I understand what it says and why it says it the way it says it, because tribal working waterfronts are dying on the vine as we speak. There is no funding to bail them out except for good old-fashioned hard work, looking for subsidies, looking for grants, hoping for good seasons. And as we shut seasons down due to the management that's needed and the scientific data showing that species are in a decline, it further impacts those fishing villages in those ports. I believe that the reason we haven't had strong tribal input is because there aren't any tribes in California that actually own and operate a working waterfront besides Trinidad Rancheria. And I have to put on my tribal hat for a minute here, and I don't want to say anything that overlaps to a position of conflict. but I work integrally every single day to keep that revenue driver alive. At the same time, we fight to make sure that we are doing everything we can in that harbor to sustain the species. We just stood up a marine department, and it's been a very long time that, you know, we've been looking for the funding to do so. And so I have a marine manager and an environmental director and a team. We all get together, even though we have numerous other areas, and we talk about what do we need to do in the harbor? What are some of the key indicators in the species? So when I read the words, I believe they need to be strong. I don't believe that elevating something as a priority is negative on the other stakeholders. I think anyone in the fishing industry understands it's almost not sustainable for these ports to stay open. So I look at it from that point of view as well. I am not opposed to going back out to the tribes one more time to see if there's anything. I think culturally speaking, fishing is a way of life. And I believe that every tribe has the right to fish and a right to be part of that community and that working waterfront. It just so happens in this situation, the tribe is doing both. And so, you know, I think, and I've done the research because of projects that we've been working on. And there are not any other tribes that are running a harbor or a port besides Trinidad Rancheria. So I would in California, in Washington, as we know, we have all of the treaty tribes who have those strong commercial fishing industries and treaty rights. But I think the response I'm hearing to changing the policy is, you know, some folks are not happy about it. They said, we've gone through the process. We've worked hard on this for 3 years. We've done our best to come forward with what we believe will be effective. And, you know, I had a person reach out to me and say, I don't want to see this policy change. I was on the working team that did it, and it was really good, hard work, and we already have compromised a lot on what it says. So I'll bring that to this discussion table. But as always, I advocate for tribes. So if there's any tribal input that we have not received, I want to hear that. You want to recap what we have done in our outreach so far, Susan, over the last 3 years?
Yes, sure. And we do have a couple of people.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So,
maybe we can let Susan make some notes to herself about
Sure.
everything that's happened, because I know
Sure.
there's a lot to
Sure.
reflect back on and make sure she
Okay.
captures it. Maybe we can. go
I'd
to
love
the
to hear
speakers.
from the
Sure.
tribal speakers.
Well, our first person is Robert Van der Hoek.
Hello, Robert Van der Hoek. I am not an indigenous person with a tribe or culture. I'm an environmental scientist, but I'm sensitive to indigenous peoples' rights and lifeways and culture, religion. I want to thank Susan and Erica. I'm listening very carefully on this and the last item, marine protected areas. So what I'm seeing, I didn't comment on the previous one, but this is sort of an intersection of the two. I'm thinking about how our animals that we share this planet with, the ocean, I'm going to name some of them, the sea otter, at least 6 species of pinnipeds, you know, fur seals, sea lion, harbor seals, elephant seal. Some of our birds that are fish-eating birds and shore-eating birds, you know, bald eagle, osprey, harlequin duck, oyster catcher. Harlequin duck feeds on, it nests in fresh water in Yosemite, but comes to the seashore to hunt in mussel beds and on pier pilings and at the edges of harbors. The oyster catcher preys on limpets and shell marine mollusks. Um, and then we as humans fit into this picture. Orcas, whales are coming back. The seals have just about reached the population level prior to Euro-Americans coming to the Pacific coast. We're on the order of 500, 600,000 pinnipeds breeding in California on the Channel Islands, Southern California, Channel Islands, but they go north to the mouths of the rivers to feed on salmon. That would be the California sea lion primarily. And so we've kind of in some ways gone back in California to how it was pre-Euro-American, like with pinnipeds, and sea otters are beginning to make a comeback, or they've been making a comeback. Sea otters, we're seeing more orcas that prey on salmon, as well as coming in close to shore and affecting pinniped populations. And then we're seeing a recognition of, Euro-Americans that are sensitive, that are like with environmental groups that want to have marine life protected, and the mammals and birds, not just the invertebrates. And then I see the indigenous peoples also becoming more aware and have a balanced view. So I see like environmental type Euro-Americans finding an alliance with indigenous peoples to stand as a combined force, and that the department in some ways is our not a rescuer but a helper, because you're regulating commercial fisher people. And I think that things seem to be going in the right direction, but it's like very complicated. I can see how this is moving forward, and you're the state, but the federal government has a lot of lands, national seashores, national parks, marine sanctuary, national marine sanctuaries. And I'm just like curious, and also just thinking about how much complexity and intersection of, and I'm kind of feeling like the marine mammals and marine birds are not getting into the picture because humans want to have we need to eat too, and it's a cultural tradition, whether it's indigenous people or Euro-Americans. We have people that came from the Mediterranean region, Italians, Portuguese, from the Croatian community, especially in Southern California, but also, and this really, is the department and the commission coming to realization, and like when we're talking about humans, we need to always be talking about the animals that are there, and marine protected areas they're protected from humans, but we're allowing seals and sea otters can come into the marine protected area to hunt for shellfish or shallow water fish in tide pools and the bottom communities. So I'm not just thinking of, I'm kind of focused on, the bottom community a lot, because that's, and I just wanted to, I'm been long-winded, but I just wanted to share some things, and I hope some of it resonated. And I think lastly, I just wanted to say that I'm really appreciative of and sensitive to the matrilineal perspective, and how women, indigenous women, and then you as women commissioners and staff are making sure that the rights of the feminine point of view towards the environment and the matrilineal cultural connection to the ocean are being heard, because we're coming away from a long time of patrilineal, male dominated, whether it's in our politics, government, and we have a lot to discuss, and a lot for everybody to get more educated about and understanding things. I feel like I have to apologize to for talking a long time. Thank you for letting me.
Thank you, Robert. We appreciate your comments. I believe we
had Nicole as well, but she's dropped her hand. I don't know if she's still. We have Amanda as well.
Yeah,
Amanda O'Connell.
Thank you. Hi. I was just curious, a while back, I know before we had lost our tribal advisor, we were having kind of a sub working group meetings that were more closed to tribal leaders, and I was just wondering if those are gonna resume or if we're just gonna not have those anymore and just be in this type of forum. I'm just noticing that there's not a lot of comment here from tribal representatives, and a lot of the attendees are staff from agency. And while I appreciate that, it's slightly concerning to me as a tribal leader. And so I was just curious if you had any more info on the sub working group that's only for tribal and less public, because there are a lot of folks that are not willing to provide comment in a public forum that's recorded and posted on YouTube, and about things that they're concerned about, especially specific species wise and other related issues. So I just wanted to make that comment before I have to jump off here. I do have to go pick up my daughter, so I'm sorry I have to leave. But before I left, I did want to raise that to your attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I understand and hear your concerns. It's actually the next item on our agenda, tribal subsistence harvest work group. And basically what happened is when the tribal advisor left, we didn't have the capacity to continue that working group. But there was also a discussion, and it was brought forward actually by me as chair of the tribal committee. While I support the tribe's need and willingness absolutely to caucus, I think the missing element is we have to have a report out of that caucus in order to make forward progress on this topic. So I was offering a recommendation for a hybrid alternative where there was the tribal working group was convened, but then to report out at each tribal committee meeting as to any progress or recommendations that could be brought forward. And you're right, we really strive to have tribal leadership and tribal representatives on this call. So anything you can suggest, we're definitely open to that.
She got booted out of the call, and so she's got and has her hand raised.
Yes. Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi there. I just have a few points to make, and yes, I apologize for I am now on the road and trying to continue to partake in the meeting. It's very important to me to be a part of this meeting, and I would just like to share some suggestions that I have already, that I share in most of the meetings that I attend. When we're talking about tribal engagement and inclusion, it doesn't sound cohesive to me to say, oh, only this tribe has been doing this, so they should be the lead and involved. I think we need to think collaboratively, include everybody, and think of the policies as a living, working document where we are always open to amendments and to include those that weren't included, because we are all well aware that it's difficult to be, as you had it has been stated before, it's difficult to reach out to tribes, especially when they're at low working capacity. To mitigate some of these problems, I have reached out, our tribe reached out specifically to the governor's tribal liaisons and asked them to not to acknowledge this and recognize that agencies are looking at the Heritage Commission for reference to tribes at times, and those documents and those contacts are not accurate, which is part of the problem. So I think as we talk and bring up all of these other restoration projects, I've heard fire, I've heard, the fish restoration. If you're going to include TEK and tribal inclusion, you have to understand that we work, the way that tribes work is annually, whether we gather acorns one year, we harvest one year, we store and protect them and prepare them for the next year. And it's not just a one size fit all for our tribal people. And so to expect one document to be created at one time to fulfill all of our diverse needs is not sufficient. And we need to maybe include in these priorities, or as a priority, that there is a time set aside to make sure that those contacts are updated correctly, as each of us have different, we have turnover in positions, we have elections that come up, and that's very important. And it's not fair to us to say, oh, well, they didn't respond, so they don't get to take part, and we're the only ones that are doing, we are the only ones that care about the fish anyways. I mean, that doesn't fit right with me. But again, my resolution to that is to maybe include, an annual, even quarterly, our check-in with the tribes, we're looking for more staff to support, then they should be constantly updating those documents. When any city or local official is replaced, that's an automatic, action item. So I believe our tribal representatives deserve the same respect. In regards to the fish, I have another question and point to point out about infrastructure and protection of the fish. I'm curious, is there a way that the Fish and Game and the Commission can identify, and help support help support the restoration process by upholding certain areas, like if we have wild and scenic or we have endangered species, to eliminate these infrastructures that keep coming up instead of supporting these false habitats and waterways. It really is bothersome to think that we know that there's salmon. I mean, one example that has been on my mind is, I traveled to a reservation to go see one of my elders to talk about acorn. We were talking about acorn, and on my way out, being a advocate for water, I was looking at all the rivers, checking them out, trying to identify them, being familiar, and seeing these canals. Well, I get out to the reservation, and I'm well aware that this tribe does not have water, let alone water to access in our tribal ceremonies, let alone fish, let alone drinking water throughout the entire year. But there's orchards on top of orchards on the way out there. So we're talking about sudden oak death and the acorns, and then as we go out into the town to eat, my elders start sharing with me, oh yeah, you see all those almonds? Those almonds are all gone. they had to tear them out because they're sick and full of disease. So I would just like to point out that, you know, our fish are indicators. If we can't look at native people as indicators and in their sickness, our fish are indicators, you know, that the water is not well. And if even our big cash crop almonds are dying, that's an indicator as well that our water and our waterways are not sufficient. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And I just want to say my apologies for how I delivered my remarks regarding a working waterfront. And I in no way meant to diminish or disrespect any tribe, any coastal tribes or inland tribes, because I know that resources have been traded since time immemorial. My point was trying to bring out the fact that there are only a few harbors left in California. And this policy was coming at it from the point of view to support the harbors, but at the same time, cultural resources. So we definitely want input and comment. We don't want to limit that at all. So my apologies if I misspoke.
No, and I thank you, and I apologize as well for being, you know, so responsive, but I felt like I needed to speak up on that because we do have coastal Yuki territories, and, you know, there are harbors in the cities that are in our ancestral territories. And, you know, I'm fully aware that the Kashaya tribe and Southern California tribes, you know, I have family in all these areas that also have these areas that could potentially be harbors, or, you know, we know that they were big trade areas at times, but, you know, in respect again to our native culture and our native ways, you know, I've gotten myself caught up when trying to work with the far north tribes in a fight that I didn't even know I was included in between Yurok and Rezagini. And so I just have to share that, you know, in Pomo country, and my tribes expand from the border of Nevada to the coast, but in Pomo country, we take care of each other. We don't fight amongst each other. We share ceremony houses, we share waterways, we share trade, and it just, I think, is a teaching that needs to be taught, because needs to be included and shared in these type of spaces, so that we can move beyond those. I feel like those are, when we talk about assimilation, those are the assimilation that we've been taught to. Of course, we had pride. Competition is healthy, but not in a way that diminishes each other. So thank you, and I apologize.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate your comments very much. So maybe, have you kind of gathered your thoughts about the outreach that was done that you could share with us?
Yeah, sure. We are verifying that the invitation list to the community work group meetings and the workshop went all out to the tribal committee electronic listserv, as well as to the ocean recreational fishing, ocean commercial fishing, and we're looking into that.
Yeah, I think the challenge is that those invitations were sent prior to our transition to gut delivery. And so I do have records, but they're not detailed. So don't tell me which lists these were sent to. I can't confirm that for mail gut delivery messages, but we could follow up on that later. But
There were
they were sent to
efforts, but they were a
abroad.
little bit higher level. There wasn't a Dear Tribal Leader letter, please review this and respond.
No, I think that was to in my records, that was never an outcome from the tribal committee meeting, a recommendation to do that. However, both you as the chair here and also Commissioner Murray as the co-chair for the Marine Resources Committee asked the tribal advisor to the commission to evaluate the draft. And we did work on various language choices and I think his recommendation at the time was that the recognition of subsistence as one use of communities and the cultural component was kind of an entree or an invitation to be a part, that it was inclusive of tribes and tribal communities, and that after the tribal subsistence work group advanced, then it was worth another look to see how they interact together. That's the extent of it, other than coming here
Okay.
on events for meetings and giving presentations, which, as you know, it's different from direct engagement.
Right.
We also brought it to the annual tribal planning meeting and that does have a much higher participation level from individual tribes and tribal communities. So that was another pathway for trying to engage any interest. That's the extent of what we can identify.
What is our critical time frame in moving this forward?
Well, it's scheduled for potential commission adoption on Thursday in 2 days.
Okay.
And yes, it's been yes, so there hasn't been any, it was ready for action originally scheduled for action in June. So the only aspect is that there are the fishing community participants that contributed actively are waiting to see what the commission opts to do. And you know, so it's at your recommendation how you want to proceed, whether it's to proceed and then schedule a review after the tribal subsistence work group moves re-engages, or if you would like to recommend something else to the commission.
Well, I think it's very important for the policy, once the language can be agreed on, I think it's very important to send it out in a Dear Tribal Leader letter and to invite final comment on it, if that's possible.
Absolutely. And so just to make sure I understand, the suggestion then is to, like you said, we could discuss language and then the letter would go out before the commission would act on it.
Another approach could be that the commission receives input and well, I guess with Western Joshua Tree, we've done different things.
I like Nicole's statement that, you know, this policy actually will become a living document. But in light of no real formal communication to all the tribes in California about this policy being adopted by the Fish and Game Commission, if we have that ability to go ahead and take that final review, I think we would have done everything that we needed to do. I'm witness to all the other efforts, but I know we haven't done that final tribal leader review.
So, okay, and I just that's fine. We do have a fellow that has been waiting to get this adopted to work on an implementation plan, so we would need to revisit for work. Vision, if you're going to, if there's a tribal committee recommendation to continue this.
I have not heard any opposition to this policy in the past. However, that doesn't mean that it has not come to the full review of tribes because of what I just said earlier about tribes not having the documents at a level where in their schedules, it's right before they get approved that the tribes will look at it. So I think.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, what you would like to suggest is that the commission still consider the policy, still have a conversation about what words to use or not
Yes.
use
Yeah.
over the next couple of days.
Yes.
And then, but not take that final step of adopting, instead saying, here's the final language that we're proposing to adopt.
Yes.
Share that with tribal leaders.
Yes.
And come back to the commission after they've had that opportunity to provide input.
Is that possible?
Anything's possible.
Yeah, that's
Sorry to.
Yeah, so the version that was proposed and presented to the tribal committee in April, which was the proposed final version. So that was the version that went forward to the commission. And that's the version, it's scheduled again for discussion with the full commission tomorrow with the option to potentially adopt and includes additional language. Yes, excuse me, the meeting that commences tomorrow, which is a 2-day meeting, of which the second day is decided. Yeah, and then the additional information and recommendations from Vice President Zavaleta.
So Susan, are you, just to make sure I understand, so right now, there's the version proposed in April. There's a version with like underlined changes, and then there's the table. And
the table describes
the rationale behind
the rationale.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what would go out in the dear chairperson letter would be something different than that whole package, pending what happens tomorrow, or would it be
Depending what happens tomorrow.
the day after tomorrow?
Day after tomorrow,
Okay.
Thursday, yes. So
Okay.
depending on what the commission chooses to select as the as the language.
Okay.
If the commission chooses A or B or some combination or something completely new.
Right.
Whatever the commission finally agrees upon, then that would go to the tribal leaders for comment before final action by the commission.
A version.
A version.
Okay. I think that helps move us forward, because it helps at least ensure that in this full commission meeting, we are in whatever way, shape, or form settling on some language. Yeah. And I think with that in mind, yeah, we haven't really talked about the language very much. I know we've been on this agenda item for a long time. But I do know that there were a couple of areas that were sensitive, like they were areas that were of high priority from my perspective because of our responsibility as a commission to stand by our mission and to ensure that we're upholding all stakeholders in the same way. And I think those are also areas in the document that we've all heard some pushback about. So I guess I want to ask whether you're comfortable just spending time on those areas. I don't know that you highlighted those in this conversation yet, or that we would want to go and look at the language in particular now, or just wait until Thursday.
I almost feel like the commission needs to digest the changes and hear the explanations as a whole on the dais.
Okay.
I don't know that we can, I know I can't talk to other people about it once I've talked to one commissioner. So that's my concern with the language change. And I want to clearly reiterate, I have the utmost respect for every tribal government in the state and the nation, and I want them to be able to comment. I truly want that. What I think is super important to look at are the seaports that are dying. And by dying, I'm talking about financially, socioeconomically. Fishermen are going away and not renewing their commercial licenses. Ports are dissolving because they don't have the ability to sustain all of the regulations and the financial hardships. So for me, it's very personal and it's a two-edged sword, but I don't want to miss any of the input or comment that is so important. But I do want to recognize the working group as well, because they've done a yeoman's job here over the last 3 years and stayed with it. And they believe that what was brought together, was the culmination of the 3 years of work that was agreed upon. So now if we change the language and if we have that tribal input, we have to circle back around to that working group to show them the respect of what has happened.
Yeah, I do want to just talk about implications. We have lost momentum. We are losing the momentum of the fishing communities that worked for years. We started public meetings in 2016 through 2018. It took us a year to finalize the recommendations report. This was the first one from 2018 that was finally finalized in 2019 with a recommendation to move forward with this one, with the recommendations report. And this one commenced in 2021. Our fishing community members that have participated in that process are losing any confidence that the commission really is earnest about going forward with this. So is there another way to do it? If the commission were to go forward and then follow it up to recognize with tribes that there is another piece to this, and the commission earnestly wants to hear from them, because that could take some time and that might be able to move something forward and help staff to be able to do that next step of implementation, while at the same time giving the time that is truly necessary that tribes need to meaningfully have the time to consider, and it may necessitate follow-up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, but I think you also said that there are other agencies that are waiting on this policy too as well.
Yes.
And I just want to acknowledge that that's Ari Kornman, our wildlife advisor.
Sorry, I've been involved in the background a little bit in this policy. It's I'm certainly not as much as Susan. She's the expert on it, but I do know that she's mentioned that there are other state agencies that are postponing work and are waiting for this policy to continue their work. And so I think that that's an important consideration.
What about, can I just suggest that, I mean, I hear that, and I think, and I'm really supportive of this work starting. I think maybe the perception is that like I'm holding things up because I want to at least have us consider some language changes. But, again, I think they're pretty like pinpointed changes that in the big picture, I don't want to get in the way of this work starting. And I wonder whether, because we're going through a revision of policies as a whole, as a commission, there'd be a way to move forward with this and then cue this for like next year, cue it early as part of this ongoing process of policy review, so that then we could seek the input. I don't know, Commissioner Jackie, what you think of that, but then we could seek the input over the next 9 or 12 months from all of the tribes and incorporate that at that stage when it comes back up in the queue of policy revisions. It's just an idea. It's not exactly what the policy revision, I mean, the priority for that has been, things that are still really relevant and active, but also things that we haven't had a chance to review for a long time. It's a little different, but it would be a way to not hold it up.
I guess today we have identified in this meeting that tribes have not fully read, reviewed, or commented on this policy, not because there wasn't opportunity, but it never did go out as a Dear Tribal Leader letter, which is the formal bar for tribal consultation. And so I can't in good conscience say go ahead and move it forward on Thursday without us having done that. But we could do a request for comments with a deadline and still make the February meeting.
Given that there are some strong feeling, there are different responses that we have been hearing about language, it may be challenging for the commission to be able to be clear on its final proposed policy without an actual motion to go forward with defining that final proposed policy. And that could potentially enable staff to start working towards implementation, recognizing that there may be a hesitancy on the part of coastal community members to engage until they know it's actually moving forward for them to invest, as well as our partner agencies. We've had great conversations with Ocean Protection Council, who added vibrant coastal communities to it, fishing communities to its strategic plan, and has interest there.
Will you repeat your recommendation just so I have it clear?
So a modified one based on the direction that the guidance that your preferences would be that the commission could vote on its final proposed policy. The language addressing and working through the recommendations or the considerations that Vice President Zavaleta is advancing to discuss. And that would provide clarity on what would go out to tribes. Without that, it may be challenging to, I think that could help to solidify what would be clearly communicated to tribes as a final proposed policy, as well as to stakeholders that participated in the process.
In for direction.
I take direction from you, man.
So we would need a motion. Okay, let me back that up.
It's like a tentative adoption, but waiting. I
Can
don't know
we
if that's
move
proper.
to finalize the proposed language on Thursday in some way? But I think what we would need is language to finalize the proposed language, but not adopt, or
so.
Yeah,
The key
maybe
is-
it doesn't have to say but not adopt, but
The
say
key is,
something that
and
it's
one of the
not.
things I think Susan is getting at, which we said before, is if we're gonna go out to tribes,
Yeah.
we need to understand, we need to know what we're going out to tribes.
There
with.
is language.
So we need language
agreed
that has crystallized in the commission. It doesn't have to be stamped, approved, here's our thing. But we have to understand the staff, what is it we're gonna send to tribes?
Yeah.
Right? What is it, right? Are we sending them 4 different drafts with 4 different ideas? Are we sending, I don't think we wanna do that, right? But I'm just giving options, right? Like, what we would hope is something that the commission agrees enough on, okay, we are, this may not be our final, right? Because we need input first, and there may be some more conversations to be had. But we're comfortable enough with this that you can go out to tribes with this staff.
And I would just add that if we were to do that, it would be really important for the letter to also document in some way, not lengthy, but in some brief way, that there have been multiple conversations within the commission's tribal committee on this policy, so that it's clear that this isn't coming at them at the last minute.
Right.
right? Like, we did a whole bunch of work outside, didn't consult with any tribes, and now we're coming to you at the last minute.
Very important. Yeah. I guess I almost feel like we need to go with the final recommended language, Commissioner Erica, and look at those tribal comments that come back. And then give the commissioners a little bit more time to evaluate your proposal of changing the language and editing or implementing if we feel it's necessary then, or if we spend time during the meeting discussing the points and finalize it during the meeting.
Yeah,
Those are
I
the
think,
only
I mean,
two.
I think staff have put a lot of energy into like, making it's ready for discussion because it's tabulated and everything. So I think you've set us up well, Susan, and is not here to be able to have that conversation in the meeting. So I would favor that over circulating the April version, and then because then we have then if we recommend changes, then what? We have to circulate it again. We haven't really gotten input from tribal leadership on the final recommended language then. So I think I hear you, and I think, I mean, for the sake of the coastal fishing communities and the agencies who are also waiting on this, it would help move things along for us to settle on language on Thursday. Okay. To the best of our ability.
Commissioner Jackie, Nicole Whipple has raised her hand again.
Okay, please go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that I know I got a little sidetracked with my talk about infrastructure and sharing about the diversions and the canals, but the point was really around the need to stress that how important the rivers are to get the fish, salmon, into these fishing areas, and how those really affect the collapse of the fishery. I just wasn't sure. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that was my point in my discussion about infrastructure and how the commission or how these policies might reflect and support rivers and streams in looking at and identifying the fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I thank you guys for taking that in consideration, because one last point is that tribes have been waiting 100 years. The agencies can wait. No, I don't want to see the agencies having to wait, but tribes have been waiting over 100 years for this to happen. And, not only is it about the fish, but abalone and fish are our staple food. So thank you for taking the time to include us.
Thank you for your comments, Nicole. If possible, we'd like to take a short break, 10 minutes.
One more ladies. Yeah, Tiana Williams.
Oh, thank you.
Tiana?
Hi, and thanks for the time to speak today. And actually, I was really, Nicole hit quite on my first thought. Couple of thoughts on this is that I do think that there is not enough emphasis in the policy or the kind of the background information on the sort of holistic approach to supporting coastal fisheries and things like that. Exactly as Nicole was saying, how important the rivers are, how important diversions are, or what we're putting into our waters and things like that. Recognizing that our coastal communities are being impacted by a whole heck of a lot more than just quote unquote the marine system, which is, I'd say, bi-directional in how it fits into the regional ecosystem, but that majorly understates the complexity of these sorts of things. And I do think, and I typically speak about this, and most times when I have the opportunity to speak to state agencies, that we need to be really conscious about not, and I'm sure we all have an understanding of the ecosystem complexities, but trying to be proactive about not siloing these different aspects of our social, economic, and cultural resources like those within the coastal fisheries community. I don't know if the Yurok tribe contributed to this. This probably would have been something that Barry McCovey would have done if, as our fisheries department director, if there was a comment by the Yurok tribe. I know I would love to have more time to review this, both as the wildlife director, as a tribal member, and as a granddaughter and niece of a commercial fisherman out of Crescent City. I'm also wondering, and forgive my ignorance on this was kind of my second question. Are these resources that are associated with the meeting that got sent out on Monday, are they typically released earlier, like on the CDF&G's website or some such? I've been trying to go through it and catch myself up on the history here as we're talking, but I do feel underinformed as to everything that's gone into this because I didn't have enough time since Monday to review. So if anybody can relieve my ignorance there and see if there's other, if these resources are available earlier than the day before, that would be very helpful. Thank you. And again, thank you to everybody who put in so much work on all these different topics and all the great information that's being provided here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tiana. We appreciate and respect your comments.
And also per your question, yes, in fact, those materials are normally posted much sooner. We, as we mentioned earlier today, have been without a tribal advisor for some time now, and our last recruitment effort was unsuccessful, and so we are starting over again this month with that effort. And the individual who's been the acting tribal advisor and liaison has done a less than stellar job. And so materials did not get posted until late last night. The only saving grace is that of all of those materials, only 2 of the exhibits are actually new. Everything else in that binder or set of meeting materials has either been presented at previous tribal committee meetings, at previous commission meetings, or at previous Marine Resources Committee meetings. And so I think it was 7.1, which is a presentation coming up here in just a few minutes, and 9.1, the Tribal Committee Work Plan. Those are the 2 new products. Everything else is a product that was developed in other venues of the commission work.
Okay, thank you for that information, and good luck with the finding of the new tribal coordinator. It's a big job, I know. So finding the right person is going to be a very important thing. Thank you again.
It is. And Tiana, if you have any recommendations, please do send them our way.
I'd like to really advocate for folks to stay on the line. The next item is the tribal subsistence harvest definition work group. It's the subgroup you've heard us talking about. So if at all possible, please don't leave. Give us 10 minutes and we'll resume as soon as we can. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We appreciate your patience. We're going to go to the next item, tribal subsistence harvest definition work group.
And just as a reminder for folks who might want to join the conversation, if you're on Zoom, please use the Zoom raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're on your computer, that's at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the row of options to appear. And then you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you would like to speak. If you press it a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. And then to mute and unmute your phone, you can use *6. So Commissioner Hostler-Carmison, this is the Tribal Subsistence Harvest Definition Work Group that was mentioned earlier today. This is a work group that has been hiatus since we don't currently have a tribal advisor and the workload associated with that group is pretty significant. And so that has been on hold until we have a tribal advisor again.
That's right, and I do underscore the comment made by Councilwoman Amanda from the Tolowa Dene Nation today about the need for the tribal caucus, the tribal representatives being able to meet individually. But I also would like to see that get reported out at the 3 tribal committee meetings during the year so that we can have forward progress, and also the need for transparency with stakeholders about where we're at in the process. So any comments at all, any tribal representative comments, I would love to hear your input. I'm not sure who we still have online.
Yeah, yes, I'm still. Spray those. What was the one with this one? That's the one on Silver's the one.
So if everything perfectly aligned, Melissa, and we have the new advertisement out, what is our time frame looking like to secure that position for tribal advisor? You had to look into your crystal ball.
Well, my crystal ball's been at the shop for a long time. I'm not sure when I'm getting it back, but I can tell you it's going to be early to mid-January before we can actually post the position. We usually, for a position like that, will post for a good 3 to 4 weeks because it's a critical position. Sometimes outreach takes a little time for the word to get out and spread. And so that'll be posted for 3 to 4 weeks. Then we will conduct interviews very shortly after that. So probably mid to late February for interviews, first and potentially second interviews. If we're lucky, we might have someone by the beginning of middle of March. Okay.
I know previously we had a handful of tribal comments and they were pretty balanced in looking at it from both perspectives. I don't really think we have a clear mandate either way. So again, I would like to move forward with that tribal subsistence working group and having that working group report out to the tribal committee. And that would be my recommendation.
And is that a recommendation you want to make at this meeting in anticipation of the tribal advisor?
I would like to make that so that we have a clear path forward, and that as soon as the tribal advisor is hired, we can move forward and put out that letter, that dear tribal leader letter, that it should be someone that has the ability to speak on behalf of the tribal leadership. Commissioner Erica, how do you feel about this?
Commissioner Jackie, yeah, I support that proposal, and I think that you're absolutely right that there's been a range of perspectives on what the right way forward is, and if we stay stuck in that place, we're not making progress on this very, very important issue that really, really deserves to be daylighted and to be advanced. So you know, it may not seem perfect to everybody involved. And I think in spite of that, I'm in support of us resuming progress on it. And it sounds like this is it's a little bit of both, because there is still a work group that has the opportunity to have discussions among leadership, and the new tribal advisor would participate in those and report back, so that there's a summary available to this committee.
And I think some of the best work will be done in the work group, but I think also the work outside of the work group is important as well.
I agree, yeah. And to be clear, the work group will be, I think in the past, there have been questions raised about who can participate. Can you clarify whether your recommendation is for that to be tribal leadership or approved or approved by?
Yes, I think
Okay.
approved by tribal leadership or tribal leadership. I think our tribal advisor and Fish and Game Commission staff.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to communicate with the staff and the tribal advisor on, you know, how things are going, where they're going, and kind of be involved. Just a little bit removed. But I really want to see those conversations happen internally.
Yeah.
It's the reporting out that's super important.
Okay. I think that's clear.
Any comments for folks still on Zoom, that any tribal leaders or representatives, if you would share how you feel about that?
Tiana wants to contribute. Tiana?
Yeah, thanks again. And I apologize, I missed a minute of it. I had a tribal member come into my office, so you guys were talking and I didn't quite catch everything. But it sounds like we're talking about reinstating the tribal subsistence working group once we get CDF&G staff back for that. I am super excited about that idea. I know initially I had said that I myself would love to be a part of a subsistence work group. I don't know who all was involved in the work group previously, just by names and stuff like that, but I would also just really like to provide the recommendation that we actively pursue a diverse tribal representation throughout California, internal and coastal and terrestrial and fisheries and all that sort of stuff. I don't know how big it's planned that the working group would be, but I know in the various places where I've had opportunity to talk to the state, that's been a very beneficial sort of approach when it comes to these working groups, since there's so many diverse needs within tribal communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiana. Appreciate your feedback. Okay, so let's go ahead, and if there are no other comments, move to our next item.
Commissioner Jackie?
Yeah.
Can I ask, so we're running long and I was planning to wrap up at 5, and I'm interested though in making sure that if there is general public comment, that would it be possible to move it before item 7, so that if there is general public comment, I can have the opportunity to hear it too, or would you rather keep it the way it is?
I don't have a problem with moving it. Melissa, how do you feel? I mean, I know our department folks have been waiting all
They've
day.
been waiting too.
They have,
Yeah.
our department colleagues have been incredibly patient. Is Sarah around a little bit longer?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. We also have been in communicating with some of the leadership of the department who are on Zoom, and they have identified staff as backups for the further conversations.
Maybe call for public comment and see how many folks raise their hands, so we can kind of gauge which way to go.
Okay. So it looks like the committee would like to move to general public comment, item 8 on the agenda. This is general public comment for items not on the agenda. If you're on Zoom, please again raise your hand using the raise hand button. If you're participating on your computer, that's at the bottom of the window and at the bottom of the participant list. And you may need to unmute your microphone if you're called upon. And if you're on the phone, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to speak. If you press *9 a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So again, this is the opportunity for general public comment for items not on the agenda, item 8, the tribal committee meeting agenda. And Jules is not raising her hand here in the room. And I'm not seeing anyone on Zoom raising their hands.
Okay.
In which case, can we then go back to item 7?
We sure can.
All right, let's do that then. So we're gonna go back to item 7 with a big thank you to Vice President Zavaleta for joining us today.
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay.
I have a public comment.
Okay.
I've been waiting all day to my public comment.
Okay, and who is this?
My name is Lorna Moffett.
Okay, go ahead, Lorna.
Thank you. And what kind of time do we have? Hello?
We want to hear you. So,
Yes, I'm asking how much time. Is it 2 minutes, 3 minutes? What is it?
how much do you need?
Okay, I won't take long. What I want to comment on, and can you hear me clearly?
Yes, very clear.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here in Monterey County, and they're cutting down thousands of trees, and these are 75 to 85-year-old eucalyptus trees that harbor a ton of CO2 and car pollutants a year. And the car pollutants are now a significant cause of Alzheimer's and dementia in children and adults alike. This has scientifically been proven. And at Elkhorn Slough, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife okayed 200 enormous eucalyptus trees to be cut down. And that is 200 tons of CO2 that was released in our area. And then they chipped them, and that's another 200 tons. And then all the pollutants along with it. And then they sprayed with a very toxic chemical to kill the trunks. And as a result, it's in a red-legged frog endangered species habitat. And there's no studies going on about the effects of this. And I'm just horrified in this climate change that where millions of people all over the world are being affected so drastically and losing their homes and floods and refugees. I mean, it's totally horrendous. And here in this county, they're saying, oh, we're going to plant saplings. Like saplings are going to be able to harbor even one fraction of the air pollutants and the CO2 that these magnificent eucalyptus cause. And they are not a fire hazard. In fact, at Angel Island, that was the lesson learned. They were the one trees that didn't burn. The oak burned. They couldn't put the fire out. And it was the last stand of the eucalyptus trees that saved the day because of the dampness from their transpiration to the earth. So it's so important, and I'm asking the California commissioners there to please stop using these toxic chemicals and spraying in the name of non-native species, and to preserve as well as plant all the trees that we can, because they're the only air cleaners we have. We talk about machines that are going to take electricity and fuel to suck up carbon, but nothing can do it like our trees. And so please, I'd like you to change your policy so that we can save these magnificent trees, even though they're non-native, and have so many marvelous qualities that their positive effects outweigh their non-nativeness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, Lorna. And you, you can make comment tomorrow at the Fish and Game Commission, also under public comment.
Okay, what time is that?
8 a.m.
8 a.m. in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
At this same number?
No, it's a different login. If you go on to the commission website and check commission meeting day 1, which would be December 13th, and you can find the agenda and the login information. Public comment will be first on the agenda.
All right. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't have access to a computer at home and not on my phone. I do, I'm wondering if, and I have to go to the library, that doesn't open till 10. Is there any way you could give me that number now?
Staff will, if you, there's a number we could call. She's on the phone.
Thank you so much.
So Lorna?
Yes.
Can we have you call the office?
Oh, I'll call Anna. All right.
No. Call the office. That phone number is 916.
Okay.
653.
Yes.
4899.
4899. And they'll be open at 8 o'clock or sooner?
No, if you call right now, there's someone who will answer and can get you that information.
Oh, thank you so much. All right.
You.
Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then moving on.
Let's go
back to item 7. All right, so item 7 is staff and agency updates. These are current topics which the committee has an interest and continue to stay updated on. Unfortunately, our colleagues at the California Natural Resources Agency and the California Ocean Protection Council had overlapping meetings today and were unable to join us. But we do have a number of our colleagues from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, starting with the department's tribal liaison, Sarah Fonseca.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner Erica. I know you gotta leave, and Commissioner Jackie, and the tribal members that are still hanging in there with us today. My name is Sarah Fonseca, and I'm the Department of Fish and Wildlife Tribal Liaison. I just have a handful of updates that I want to share before handing it off to my colleagues to provide their program updates. I plan on working on updating our public website. Right now it's kind of lacking some information, and so I definitely want to provide it as a space that has more resources for our tribes and tribal members. I recently updated a link to our Native American sport fishing license application, and I've created or developed a tribal liaison contact map that is on the website, and it's a map that shows how the department breaks down the state into our 7 regions, the regional liaisons that are all associated with those regions, and the liaisons that are part of some of our programs. And I am happy to say we have 17 liaisons plus myself for our department.
Wow.
And so that map illustrates the liaisons for tribal members if you're trying to figure out who might be your point of contact in your tribal territory. That map would help you point you in the direction. I am as a resource for you always, but that's kind of more of the boots in the ground type of contacts. I will be updating it soon. We do have some updates to it for some new additional staff, and there'll be an intro for him under the wildlife branch. But there will be an update to it hopefully this month, if not early January, but the link will stay the same on the website. A couple other things I wanted to just highlight. They were mentioned in an email that I sent out recently to statewide list that I got from the NHC, but I've been maintaining it myself with updates, kind of what Nicole was mentioning. With me working at the NHC before, I kind of understand their process, and so I maintain a statewide list based off the NHC, but I update it when we get contacts that get bounced back. I might add some staff that might not be included on the NHC for natural resources departments, whatnot. So that email went out, and it's something I want to start to have a recurring almost update. I don't know if it'll be monthly, but it's just kind of a catch-all updates on what we think tribes might be interested in or have opportunities to engage. And so through our OSPR program, which is the Office of Spill Prevention and Response, they have 2 grants that we wanted to highlight. One of them is the Response Equipment Program, which tribes can apply for. It started in 2008, and you can get up to $45,000 for that, and it's equipment for on-hand response to petroleum spills for tribes. And so that we wanted to highlight that one. And one of their new programs, which is the Response Preparedness Grant, it's set to start in 2024. And it's up to $10,000, but it's to enhance preparedness response to spills on tribal lands. And including in that is being able to participate in trainings and drills and exercises and a 24-hour HAZWOPER training. And so tribes can apply for that for their staff to attend, and it could be grants up to $10,000. And so if you didn't get my email, you can email my tribal.liaison@wildlife.ca.gov, and I can forward that information to you, or I can forward you to Cindy Murphy, who is the Oxford liaison for, and that would be able to give you more information. Another grant opportunity is the Beaver Restoration Grant. It's the non-lethal beaver damage management. And it's to support ecosystem restoration and protection. That was also included in my email update with some information and links. And so that was provided, but if you didn't get it, again, reach out to me and I can get that to you guys. Just two more items. We have the for Western Joshua Tree Conservation Plan. CDFW is hosting a live tribal question and answer session coming up this Thursday, the 14th, from 6:30 to 7:30. There is a registration link, but it's a Q&A session for tribes and tribal members that have questions about the conservation plan. There's plenty of tribal engagement opportunities. They've actually uploaded a webinar onto their website that kind of goes into the conservation plan and some of those opportunities for tribes. And so it's just a live session for tribal members to ask staff, on the spot if there's any kind of clarification. And so that is happening this Thursday. There is a registration link. If you can find it on our website, perfect. If you can't, again, shoot me an email and I can send that link to you. And last but not least, if tribes are interested in the draft update plan for the Bay Delta, keep an eye out for save the date in January. There's something that will be coming out soon. I don't know if it's coming from us or DWR or how we're going to do that, but it's a session for tribes with we're still working out the logistics, but kind of going into the different roles of our departments, and so I know there is tribal interest, and so look out for that save the date item. And if anyone ever has any questions, again, you can always email me, and I will hand it off to my colleagues. Who's next?
Yeah, so we have updates from, sorry, we have updates from the Law Enforcement Division and then the Wildlife and Fisheries Division. Is Chris Stutes still with us?
Hello, this is Chris. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, good to see you. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for this time. Staff and members of the public. Happy to be here. This is Chris Stutes from the Law Enforcement Division, Captain of Patrol out of Region 2. And once again, acting on behalf of LED as the Tribal Liaison for Law Enforcement Division. Wanted to provide a few updates. So it's been a while since there's been a committee meeting. So going all the way back to September, the Law Enforcement Division again participated in the California Native American Days at the Capitol. It was one of the largest booths that the department had put together, actually. I've been doing that myself since 2016, and it was really nice. I think we had a total of 3 or 4 canopy tents with one designated for OSPR, one for enforcement, and then also we had shared some table space with some other parts of the department, including Sarah's group, obviously, and it went really well. The enforcement booth was an interactive booth manned by 2 officers, including the acting chief of enforcement, Nathaniel Arnold, and everything went good and answered plenty of questions from the public and had lots of good interaction. That took us into November. November was Native American Heritage Month. CNRA again great forward momentum happening in tribal affairs space. CNRA put together a comprehensive calendar for Native related activities throughout the month of November for Native American Heritage Month. I had the pleasure or the honor of being invited to participate in a panel discussion after the previewing of a California Native Plant Society documentary regarding white sage and the exploitation of white sage and the black market trafficking that's occurring with white sage and the challenges that the department has or just in general that are around the protections of white sage and ending that trafficking and exploitation, commercialization of it. And then lastly, I'll wrap up with just solidifying that the law enforcement division remains committed to participation and involvement and collaboration and consultation with all the department's efforts that are underway with co-management and communication with tribes. So look forward to being back in this space. Happy to be here. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We're very happy you are back.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, then following Captain Stutes is the Wildlife Fisheries Division. And I do believe that we have Michelle Selman online for the wildlife update. And then we also have Sarah Musselman who will give the fisheries update. And I'm going to let them Rochambeau on who wants to go first.
I'll jump in. I see wildlife up first. I'm going to run with that. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners and commission staff, members of the public, tribal leaders. It's great to be here, to have heard this great conversation today. Really exciting and a lot of good work to be done in 2024. And so with that, I'm really happy to be here to be able to introduce to you a new tribal position we've just filled at the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and that's our Tribal Cultural Resource Specialist. Sarah Fonseca, our department's tribal liaison, was formerly in that role and has moved on and promoted to our department's tribal liaison, which is great for her. And it's allowed us this opportunity to bring on a new staff member, Edward, or Eddie, as he goes by frequently, Palmer. And he's been on board with us now for about 5 weeks. Maybe this is his 6th week. So he's still learning a lot about working for the state of California, working for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this is a great venue for him to be at to really get a sense of how we work together with the commission and are navigating these complicated relationships and conversations with tribal members who we genuinely want to work with on these management challenges that we're facing. So I'm just really excited to have Eddie on board. He's learning a lot, and I'll definitely, let him tell you all about himself and his background. But just to, again, clarify his role in relation to Sarah's Sarah is our tribal liaison and will be the lead for tribal consultations and many aspects of our relationships with tribes. Eddie's focus is specifically going to be on cultural resources. So we have a few contracts in the works where we'll be conducting cultural resource surveys on about 15 department lands. And he will help to oversee that contract and review the work products and help us to figure out how to store that information long-term in a way that allows us to use it as we develop management plans, but not allow that information to be distributed farther than is appropriate or is desired by tribes. So a lot of work to be done there. And that's without saying any more, because I'll let Eddie speak for himself. Again, I'm just very pleased to say that he's on board with us and would like to turn it over to him to tell you about his background and excitement about working for the department in this position. So take it away, Eddie.
Can everyone hear me okay? I don't know. Okay. My name's Ed Palmer, Eddie, Edward. I answer to it all. Usually Edward if I'm in trouble. I'm a graduate of Haskell Indian Nations University and Humboldt State, dual degree. I graduated as a school teacher Long story short, got into tech soon after, and I've spent over 20 years in the tech sector with startups and data security, internet security, IT operations. But being native myself, and because of my experience and connections at Haskell and then at Humboldt State, I've spent over 30 years in the Native community. We were just talking, Jackie and I were just talking about it, but knowing and being connected, going to ceremonies, being invited, and just spending over 30 years in Indian country, from mostly in Northern California, everything north of Santa Rosa, but I've meandered south and Central California. I've been corrected. Can't call it Middle California anymore. Yeah, so this is my first time in this position, but it's not my first time in advocating, even brief activism in regards to Native American issues, cultural recognition, yeah, for tribes, tribal people, language restoration. I could write a book on everything that I've seen, done, and participated in, but I hope to bring my best, and so far, according to Michelle, I am. But my goal is definitely to be an extremely, and I already have it, broad and loud voice to Native advocacy and tribal advocacy, especially in a sphere that is so vital to not just cultural rejuvenation and survival, but also just life in general. So yeah, I know a lot. I might not know everything, and I never will ever call myself an expert. But yeah, if you ever have any questions or any concerns, or you need just my honest opinion, just give me a call. You want my honest opinion, I'll give it to you. I have no problems. So that's it. And my bio is getting better. My intro to myself is getting better. It's not something I'm used to doing.
We welcome you.
No, thank you.
In fact, we might recruit you.
And I already
no. Wait a minute.
I was about to text.
I heard that.
Oh, this is my job. But don't worry about
I'm
it.
teasing Michelle.
I know. Okay, good. Phew. Thank you. Thanks, Eddie.
But it's been fun. I've already seen a few people in the lobby, or in the Zoom lobby. I was like, oh, I heard that. Quite a few people there. So I'm sure as long as I don't owe them any money, they've got plenty of good things to say about me.
A heartfelt, truly welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, anything else, Michelle?
Nope, nothing further from me today on behalf of Wildlife Branch, or excuse me, the wildlife portion of our division.
Yes. All right. Well, then I'm gonna call on Sarah Musselman.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. Sarah Musselman sitting in for Jay Rowan. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to kick it straight to Dr. John Kelly, who's going to have a discussion of what's going on right now with the white sturgeon.
Hello, everyone. Do we have slides? Oh, there they are. All right. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time today for me to present. My name is John Kelly. I am the statewide sturgeon coordinator for Fisheries Branch, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So this presentation today is about the white sturgeon recreational fishery regulations, both some emergency changes that were recently made in November and long-term changes that are currently in development for 2025. I will note that on the 7th of December, the department received a petition to list white sturgeon as a CISA threatened species. We're going to be evaluating that petition over the next several months, and we're reaching out to potentially impacted tribes following our normal process. But we're focusing today on the recreational fishery regulations. So next slide, please. Just in brief, the white sturgeon are one of the two species of sturgeon we have in California. They're a really interesting and fascinating animal. They grow to very, very large sizes. They live tremendously long lifespan. They are anadromous like salmon, but unlike salmon, they can go back and forth between salt and freshwater multiple times in their long lives. Because of this, we see the range extend up along the coast into coastal rivers. As you can see in the figure on the right, the areas in red are areas where we have seen them or do see them. But they really are closely associated and primarily associated with the San Francisco Bay, Estuary, Delta, and Central Valley. We know the species spawns only in the Central Valley and large rivers, primarily the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River in those areas highlighted in green, and possibly in some of the larger tributaries. And they migrate into those areas in January and May, and then reside in the rest of the habitat the rest of the time. They take a very long time to mature. They're really not all mature in the population until they're well into their teenage years. And once they are mature, they only spawn individually. There's an interval between spawning of 2 to 6 years. So at any given time, the whole population is not spawning every year. We also see successful recruitment. So by that, we mean survival from the egg and larval stage into the early 1 or 2 year stage when they really don't have very many predators. That really only occurs about every 6 to 7 years. It's very closely correlated with wet water years where there's high delta outflow. We currently consider this a species of special concern in the state. Next slide, please. So our goals as a department are to continue to provide angling opportunities for sturgeon, but we do want to avoid overfishing. We've seen some declines in abundance, high levels of harvest and exploitation that we feel require updated regulations to manage harvest at more sustainable levels. Our concerns are, for instance, that the number of harvest tags that we have been selling really exceed the number of legal sized fish in the population. And our current system does not allow us to achieve our goals. Emergency regulations were implemented on the 16th of November as an interim measure to reduce impacts while we were developing these long-term regulations. And on that, there are other white sturgeon fisheries in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and British Columbia that have had success using different approaches to manage harvest. And so we feel we need to develop a different approach. Next slide, please. So until very recently, prior to the emergency ruling, anglers were required to have a sturgeon report card. You can get one per angler, but there was no total limit on the number that were sold per year. Season was open all year with a couple of closures that were put into place to protect green sturgeon. Anglers could take 1 fish a day, 3 per year, within a 40 to 60 inch slot limit. That equated to fish that are about 9 to 17 years old. Next slide. So because of mortality that was associated with harmful algal blooms, which I'll get into very briefly momentarily, and also just overall declines in the population, emergency regulations were implemented on the 16th and will continue into 2024. So anglers are still required to have the sturgeon report card. The season is still open all year with the exception of the existing green sturgeon closures. Those are the areas marked in gray on the map. And then additionally, the areas that are in red, so above the Highway 50 bridge on the Sacramento River, above the I-5 bridge on the San Joaquin River, and then any connected tributaries are now closed from January 1st through May 31st, and that's to protect that critical spawning and migration habitats. Anglers can now take 1 fish a year, but they can continue to catch and release for sturgeon after that. And the slot limit has been narrowed to 42 to 48 inches, which now means fish that are about 10 to 12 years old. We also instituted a maximum number of fish that could be landed per boat per day, 2 fish per day. So next slide. Some of the trends we're seeing that concern us in recent years, since 2015, we've seen significant declines in the number of fish reported caught in our sturgeon report card program. And also the number of fish that were reported caught and released. So what this means is overall fewer fish are being landed, but a higher proportion are still being kept. And we're concerned about that. Next slide. We also see high levels of exploitation or harvest. So that's the number of fish that are being harvested or kept out of the population, out of the total number that could have been kept that are out there. From 2007, when we started the report card program, through 2015, we saw exploitation range from 8 to 30%. That's quite high. Since 2016, we've averaged about 8%. We know from the literature that sturgeon can't tolerate high levels of harvest because of their life history, long-lived, late to mature, infrequently reproducing. And that's under the best of situations too, that they can handle this 5 to 10%. That doesn't count situations of poaching, habitat loss, changes in water, all those other factors. For comparison, Washington and Oregon use 3.8% as a maximum harvest target. The red dotted line on those figures represents 4% as a frame of reference. And it's also worth noting that as a long-lived fish that can take up to 19 years to reproduce for the first time, harvest really needs to be routinely kept below this level. We can't, it's not a 1 year and we've succeeded kind of situation. Next slide. So overall, we've seen declines in abundance of the legal sized fish in the population. Historically, we were seeing 175 to 200,000 fish. Our most recent 5-year average is 33,000 legal sized fish. So a substantial decline. Next slide. And now we have to deal or be aware of this emerging concern of harmful algal blooms leading to fish kills. 2002, we had an enormous fish kill that affected many species in San Francisco Bay. We recorded 864 sturgeon carcasses. That's out of 20% of the shoreline that was surveyed. So we know that we did not count all the fish. And of that, the vast majority were white sturgeon or believed to be white sturgeon based on the carcasses in our data. Also concerning is these were large fish, 86% larger than the minimum size that we allowed, 30% larger than our largest 60-inch fish. This is the pre-emergency regulation. So these are fish that were mature, valuable spawners or about to mature and enter that important part of the population. And for comparison, that represented 62% of the total number of fish that were reported caught legally in the harvest program that year. So it's a large number of fish. And then to further concern us, we saw this have harmful algal blooms return in 2023 at lower intensities, but we still detected dead fish, indicating this is likely to be an ongoing concern in future years. Next slide. So as we go forward, we're currently in the process of developing new long-term regulations that would hopefully start in 2025. And that would include a year-round opportunity to catch and release sturgeon still. They're very exciting fish to catch. They're very popular. Additionally, we know that some anglers value harvest, and so we're trying to maintain a component of harvest, but this time we're proposing to use a limited entry quota system, more like a big game system where there's a fixed number of tags that anglers have access to through a drawing. Additionally, we'll be employing seasonal and geographic closures like we're currently using to protect the spawning adults. It's such a critical life stage for them, and also adjusting the slot limit to be more protective of the mature adults. Next slide. So the areas this impact then are basically counties, regions that are adjacent to the range of white sturgeon. So the areas in black on this list, note that in the areas within that red dotted line too on the figure, Del Norte, Humboldt, and Siskiyou counties are excluded because recreational fishing for sturgeon is already prohibited. So there's going to be no change to that. And it's also, I want to note that any tribe that currently has tribal fishing rights, those agreements will not be changed. This is related to the recreational sturgeon fishery. Next slide. So we're seeking tribal input then on this sport fish regulation. We're particularly interested in finding if tribes are harvesting fish under recreational regulations to use them for educational purposes, including cultural and ceremonial activities, and things that may be impacted by regulation changes. We've been reaching out to tribes through the formal process using the NAHC provided contact list. We're also hosting 2 listening sessions next week on the 18th and 19th. You'll see the times and the contact information there. That's also would be in the documents for this meeting. But if anyone has questions, comments, wants further information, or wants the links to those meetings, you're welcome to reach out to either of the emails listed here, and we'll certainly provide them or respond as soon as possible. Next slide. And with that, I will take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, John, very much.
It was an excellent report, John.
Thank you.
Very concerning. So the harmful algal bloom in the San Francisco Bay Area is really impacting the white sturgeon.
Significantly, yes.
Any comments from anyone online? Tribal representatives?
And if you'd like to ask any questions or make any comments, feel free to raise your hand in Zoom. Nicole? Nicole Whipple?
Sorry about that. My phone's kind of flipping around on me. I have questions about the algae blooms, and that was a very great presentation. Thank you. My concern about the algae blooms is that thinking about like upriver, how does this, if we're storing the water that's going into these algae blooms, I'm just worried about how it affects how the algae blooms affect our groundwater and water that is being consumed. If our fish cannot live in it. And I know that in Sonoma County, there's signs all over. I've heard of animals up in Huron country, dogs dying from drinking it. What does it look like for our groundwater and for consumption?
Well, that's a bit outside of my scope. I will that.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, I hear your concerns, and I share them. This particular, there are different algae blooms, different sources, different areas. This was a species that is found around the world. It is found in San Francisco Bay, and it can achieve intense and harmful levels under certain conditions. So this would be a different species that we sometimes see in freshwater environments, and some of the groundwater things that you're referencing. So not to say that those aren't important, but this is really more focused on that kind of saline bay environment.
Okay, so I recently flew into the bay from Atlanta and seeing, and I'm thinking about my comments for the Bay Delta and algae blooms. Are those big, nasty green things that I flew over near the San Francisco airport? Are those algae blooms, or are those different types of toxins that are? What is that?
Well, I'm primarily a fish biologist, but I can explain some of that. You are certainly seeing different kinds of algae and algae blooms, and there's a lot, and then very few of them are strictly harmful. And many of the things you're seeing, I think, as you're approaching the airport, are more salt ponds and related to that. When this particular harmful algal bloom happened in 2022, when it returned in 2023, it does cause a red tide type effect, a reddish, brownish, murkyish conditions. It is actually not known to be harmful to humans. It is extremely harmful to fishes and other aquatic life. There are other algae that are for sure harmful to humans, but now we're definitely getting outside of my scope of expertise.
Oh, come on, John.
Thank you for answering that. Those are just questions that I've had ever since I flew over. So I thank you for trying.
Absolutely.
Thank you, John. Anyone else?
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to the marine region, right?
Yes. John, thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation, and it is in the meeting materials for anyone who wants to look at it more closely. And so Marine Region provided an update. Exhibit 7.3 is the status of research, monitoring, restoration, and management strategies for kelp. And that document is in your meeting materials. And then we included several informational items related to kelp restoration, a statewide abalone recovery plan, and the Squid Fishery Advisory Committee. And so if you have any questions specifically about kelp, I know we have Kirsten Ramey on the line who is available to answer those questions. But otherwise, Dr. Schumann had to leave for the day and has said if there are any questions or anything that he can follow up on, please let him know. But otherwise, we do have Kristen Ramey here to answer questions on kelp side if there are any.
If you have a question and you're online, please raise your hand, or if you want to make a comment before we move along. Yes, Grayville?
Hi. I had a quick question. Well, I was just wondering where I could find a copy of this report online. Would it be on CDFW or the Ocean Protection Council website?
I believe it's both. Which?
Okay.
The council report.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
in
can,
fact-
and I can send one directly to you, Jess, if that would be easier for you.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. I just
Yep.
wanted to know where it is in case there are updates in the future that I could check in on.
Yeah, so we presented it at the MRC meeting. What month are we in?
November
No-
16.
In November, yeah, so it would be posted under the November MRC meeting and likely is also posted on the OPC's website, but I'm not sure exactly where. But either myself or Kristen will send a copy directly to you to make it easy.
Thank you so much.
All right, anyone else? Okay, well then moving on to commission staff, and we have a number of items here. I think most of these we can go through pretty quickly without too much detail, given it the late time of day. We'll start with the Wildlife Resources Committee and our Wildlife Advisor, Ari Corman.
Hi, everyone. So the commission has 3 committees. This is one of them, the Tribal Committee. Also has the Wildlife Resources Committee, which I'll talk about, and the Marine Resources Committee, which will come next. The Wildlife should be momentarily seeing a work plan for the Wildlife Resources Committee. And we don't have a whole lot of topics on tap for our next meeting, but I think the topics that we do have will probably have some pretty long and robust discussions, so we'll see. We have 3 rulemakings up for discussion and potential recommendation. First is the inland sport fishing rulemaking. The second is wildlife rehabilitation package. Oh, it's fine. Which has gone through quite a bit of WRC meetings. Well, if we don't get it up on the screen, it's in the meeting materials and you can find it there, the work plan. The third one is the white sturgeon. You just learned about white sturgeon, and so the department will be coming to WRC to propose a regulatory change for 2025 and beyond, having to do with white sturgeon. And so that will be up for discussion and potential recommendations. There you go. And there are 3 items up for discussion. These are discussion only. A continuation of the discussion on the take of non-game mammals, and then 2 new topics that were previously referred to the WRC, but these will be our initial discussions. First time that they're talked about in the committee. The first will be shotgun wads and plastic pollution caused by shotgun wads. And the second is waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. That is resulting from a petition that the commission dealt with a little while ago. And those are the items that are on topic or on the topics for the agenda for the January 2024 meeting. And it is, let me make sure I get the right date, January 18th, 2024. It'll be held in Ontario. And that's all I have for WRC.
What was that date again? I'm sorry.
January 18th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ari. Then for our Marine Resources Committee, we have Susan Ashcraft, your Marine Advisor.
Thank you. So the Marine Resources Committee it meets 3 times a year, March, July, November. So the most recent meeting was November 16th down here in San Diego. And the work plan that's in the meeting materials, and it's about to be shown, reflects that middle column is what the committee discussed in November. And then the March column is what is anticipated for the next year. And there are several topics on the Marine Resources Committee work plan that the tribal committee has had tribal members attending tribes, as well as through some past consultations that are very interested in. Red abalone recovery plan red abalone is one of those topics, and I won't spend a lot of time on it. But I do want to highlight that the materials that were provided from the Marine Resources Committee meeting related to red abalone and related to squid, and what's the other one, kelp? Yes, and kelp. Those are topics that have been of interest before to committee members. And red abalone, the department is preparing to put together a red abalone recovery plan. And instead of it just being focused on the North Coast, their recommendation was to pursue that for a statewide recovery plan. The South Coast has already had a recovery and management plan in place for quite a long time, but this provides an opportunity to holistically think about statewide different and integrate new tools and strategies that were not yet developed at the time that the original recovery and management plan was put together for the South Coast. So at the March meeting, I should say that there are recommendations that came out of the November committee meeting related to the statewide recovery plan for red abalone, as well as management measures for managing bycatch in the California halibut set gillnet fishery. And those are going to be considered by the commission this Thursday for approval. The next meeting in March has a lot of items identified on it. And on that, if there's a little asterisk up there instead of an X, that suggests that it'll be a written update for managing the work time. I think, I guess I can just leave it at that there's a number of things related to kelp and algae, sea urchin, fishing, recreational crab traps, and aquaculture that are core areas that are under development, in addition to the management planning that I mentioned. Also, I do want to highlight relevant to the earlier discussion about MPA, marine protected areas and petitions for regulation change. The commission anticipates that the Marine Resources Committee will be one of the avenues for discussing department recommendations after the department conducts reviews and evaluations for any that are referred to them for evaluation. We do not expect that in March, as that'll take a longer period of time, but a written update on that's related to kind of the nature of the 20 different petitions that were received, etc. That's something that will be shared with the Marine Resources Committee in March, and then subsequently to the Tribal Committee in April. along with additional updates associated with the tribal outreach.
One of the things that's difficult for me as a commissioner is I can't attend the MRC. And so the report out is super important. I'm glad it's coming to the tribal committee, but you missed the context of the discussion. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Susan? I know numerous tribes are working on kelp research and the purple urchin explosion, and just really think these opportunities are super important.
Great. All right, then just a quick update on the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Plan. The commission is committed some time ago to developing such a plan. Your staff has been working with a consultant, which was brought on about 5 months ago to assist in developing that plan. And we've been working with them, over about the last 2 months to develop an internal assessment of various JEDI practices, and as well as planning for next steps in the process. Over this next year, we're going to do a number of things with them, part of which is conducting what they refer to as JEDI labs. Interesting title, but they're focused working sessions on specific topics. And so those conversations will then feed into the development of the full commission Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion plan. And then we're also going to begin working with them on next steps in external engagement and assessment of activities in reaching out and building our constituency from a JEDI perspective. So we do expect that the consultant will assist us in developing a draft plan sometime in mid-2024. Well, all right, and then moving on to commission policies review. And so we wanted to share this particular policy. The commission, taking a step back for a moment, the commission is undertaking a full review of all of its policies, which there are over 60. And so it's quite an undertaking. It's going to be a long process. We have the first 3 policies that the commission is receiving draft proposed revisions this week's meeting, which will be an opportunity to have a conversation about those and then come back in February based on the feedback that's received and any comments received from our stakeholders. We'll come back to the full commission in February with final proposed revisions to those 3 policies. One of those policies is a commission naming installations policy. And this is one that's been around since the 1940s. The draft potential modifications that we're proposing are in your binder for this meeting. And we are making this available to help folks understand what we're proposing, to let folks know that this is being discussed at the commission meeting tomorrow or Thursday. I think it's tomorrow. And that we are seeking input on what's been proposed by staff. The previous focus of that policy was on this broader array of everything from protected areas to, say, fish hatcheries or vessels out on the water. And staff is proposing to narrow that to protected areas. Staff is also proposing that a portion of that policy that was added back in, I think it was 2012, related to naming marine protected areas after people. We're suggesting that be removed. And then there was one other thing, but they're all described, and the rationale for each one is described in that document. And so today, this is really just a presentation. If there's any immediate feedback that folks have on what's posted, then would welcome that. But otherwise, we're looking for feedback between now and toward the end of January, so that we can continue working with our colleagues at the Department of Fish and Wildlife to bring further proposed changes to you. And I can't emphasize enough our colleagues at the Department of Fish and Wildlife and how much they've assisted in this effort. It's ongoing. We'll continue, and we really appreciate their commitment to ensuring that the policies are you know, the best they can be and that they're useful and they are policies that the department can use in the work that it does on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Melissa. I want to reiterate our thanks, the commissions and the tribal committees, and my personal thanks for all the work the department does. It's amazing.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, then finally, commission rulemakings, petitions, and other pending actions. So we have 3 exhibits in the meeting materials. One is the commission's rulemaking timetable. This is a document that outlines what rulemakings at this moment in time the commission anticipates for the next 12 months. Now that obviously changes. It's a little heavier on the left side and a lot lighter on the right side. That's because other petition or other rulemakings will begin to get added to the timetable over time. But at the moment, this is what we're anticipating. It's an opportunity for folks to see what is the subject matter, what are the specific sections of Title 14 that are being changed, and what is the timeline for the process of reviewing those proposed changes. So there's almost always 3 hearings. On occasion there's 2, but usually there's 3. For an original notice, then there's a discussion hearing, and then there's the adoption hearing. And in each of those hearings, there's an opportunity for the public to weigh in, as well as in between. Folks can submit comments via email. They can deliver them directly to meetings. They can participate when a particular rulemaking is being considered for a recommendation from the committee. That's another opportunity early on in the process before it actually goes to notice. Great opportunity to weigh in and help shape the direction that a particular rulemaking will take is through the committee process. So an important document for those who are interested in the changes to commission's regulations. The next exhibit is the commission meeting agenda for December 13, 14, tomorrow and Thursday. We've talked a lot about that, various pieces of that today. And hopefully folks will be able to join us for that meeting as well. And then the final exhibit is potential agenda items for February's meeting. And this is an exhibit that is always in the meeting materials for commission meetings as well. So if you were to go look at the commission meeting materials for tomorrow and Thursday, you'll see that this is an exhibit there. It's forecasting what folks can expect to see at the February meeting. The commission actually takes formal action to approve this list of agenda topics. On occasion, there will be additional topics added, and the president has the authority to make that happen. But at the moment, this is what we're envisioning for February. So for folks who may have an interest in some of those items, it's a great heads up about what's coming soon. So we already covered general public comments. I'm going to jump to future agenda items. So the tribal committee also has a work plan. That's exhibit 9.1 in your meeting materials. And that document has a little bit different than marine resources and wildlife resources agendas. Work plans, because this committee didn't meet for August. Originally it was scheduled to meet in August and didn't. And so that work plan has an additional column to reflect that we missed the meeting, and takes us to April of 2024 when you're next scheduled to meet. The agenda items in the far right-hand column are proposed for August. Certainly looking for committee's feedback on those proposed agenda items. Some of them are standing items that we hear at every meeting, and some are not. So staff did the best that they could to identify what they thought would be of interest or of need for the April meeting.
Would it be difficult to bring that up on the screen briefly?
The work plan?
The tribal committee
9.1. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen.
So you'll notice we have scheduled potentially for April, another update on the Jedi plan, an update on the tribal subsistence definition work group, the co-management roundtable discussion. Then oftentimes during committee meetings, the department will provide updates on various management plans that are being developed. And so for instance, today we talked a little bit about kelp seaweed and a little bit about abalone. The informational topics are the annual tribal planning meeting. And so if we don't schedule something for early in the year for annual tribal planning, which I'm guessing probably not because we don't have an advisor yet, then March or April would be another opportunity to talk about that agenda and what it is that our tribal partners would like to see discussed during that meeting. And then a number of possible updates from our colleagues at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And of course, the MRC, WRC updates and the regulatory, non-regulatory updates.
I think our big one is tribal subsistence definition and related management mechanisms to get that going. It's always wonderful and important to get all of the updates and to continue discussion on our special projects. And I think you were indicating earlier that you were trying to schedule some specific projects, co-management projects to bring forward.
Yeah.
So no, that looks wonderful, and huge thanks to Melissa for continuing the work of the tribal advisor on top of her already overloaded, incredible workload. Appreciate you. Any questions on the tribal work plan? Okay. Action items to move forward in our tribal committee report to the commission would include the recommendation to do the hybrid tribal subsistence working group, with there being a tribal led by the tribal advisor tribal meeting that would be closed and then report out to the tribal committee. And then also, I think the coastal fishing communities policy, the recommendation is to go ahead and send that out as a Dear Tribal Leader letter once the commission decides on existing language versus potential recommended changes. That discussion has to happen on the dais, and that's on Thursday. So any tribal representatives, it's super important that you weigh in on both subsistence harvest and the co-management roundtable and the coastal fishing policy. We're really looking for any input any of the tribal leaders or tribal reps may have on those items. Those are the ones I kind of starred.
So we have a few other things here. We had talked about the possibility of having Karuk leadership make a presentation about the use of fire. I don't think there was a determination of whether that would be at a tribal committee meeting or at the annual tribal planning meeting. And so that's
we said either or.
Either or. So I didn't add that to April, but that could certainly be a possibility. Then also for April 2024, possibly depending on progress and work with the agency, a draft tribal consultation policy for consideration and discussion. And you were going to share some contact information with Fred for state parks.
Okay.
And the water item is going to be addressed at least initially in February with the presentation by the Director of Fish and Wildlife. And that is everything I have in my notes.
Excellent. I think with that, any closing final comments?
I would just say a huge thank you for being here and for, I know that there have been some challenges of late and it's a significant effort to make your way all the way down here to San Diego. It's always an effort for you to travel for any of the commission meetings, given your location. And so your commitment to this committee and to the commission is exemplary. And we really appreciate it. Your staff loves working with you.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you guys, and we've kind of become a little family in the last 13 years. So, and I include our tribal reps in that as well, because we all work closely together, as Eddie said earlier. It's a small state and a small nation, actually, when you're doing tribal work. It's definitely an honor to advocate for tribes, and I'm just so grateful for all of the support we get from the commission staff and the department staff. So with that, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting.
Awesome. Thank you, team, for all the good work, making the meeting happen.
Thank you, participants, for
Yes.